This is sound check. Councillor Hagan, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Seems like every morning someone seems to be making a smoothie. Is it just me that could hear the vacuum cleaner or smoothie going, or no?
Not me.
Okay. It's a lawnmower.
Same time each morning, right?
Or someone's computer is starting up and it's very loud or something. Because it always goes away. Hey, Rob,
or maybe we're all just getting old and it's our joints.
Yes, creaking. Rob, where's all your stuff?
You mean all my stuff? I got the blur on.
It's all blurry behind you. Can't see your stuff.
It was like
Jeff,
that before.
we don't think it's blurry behind him. It could just be you today, Jeff.
That is very true, Belinda.
Good one.
Did you finish your garden last night, Belinda?
Yes, I just need to buy some cucumbers. Everything else is in. Now it's on to the weeding.
Nice. I've done all the weeding. It's now I just need to put in my tomatoes, and I think I might do some cukes as well. I had no luck with them last year.
No, mine didn't do well last year either, but we live in optimism. That is gardening, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a store opening up for the weeding down my block. His name's Bud.
Bud, he'll come weed your garden for you?
No, he's just got weed.
Yeah, it's a different type of weeding.
Excuse me. So we're starting on page 14, correct?
Yeah, I think so. It's got to get
And
my
then jumping to 24 through 30. Got it.
Good morning. Thank you for returning today. I'll ask our city clerk, Ms. Hilford, to begin the meeting with the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Councillor Hagan, I guess, is on the list first today.
Here.
Councillor Morrow. Counselor Miyashiro,
Here.
Counselor Parker,
Here.
Acting Mayor Croson,
Good morning.
Deputy Mayor Campbell,
Present.
Mayor Spearman,
Present.
Vice Chair Carlson,
Ahoy.
and Counselor Kaufman.
Present.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us today for the Economic Standing Policy Committee, where this week we're discussing the capital improvement projects. Today we're starting at page 14 with electric bus and charging infrastructure, and we had submitted an inquiry yesterday regarding the proposal for 19.4 million, and we'll just ask for an update from our city manager or designate.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll ask Mr. Sanderson or Mr. Fox, depending on who's going to go first, to update council and speak to that inquiry.
Sorry. Thanks, Mike. Sorry, it's like that was a real awkward dance going on there. Good morning, council. Again, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes, first of all, to apologize for I think a little bit of confusion that we had yesterday morning, and I'll follow my sword for the majority of it. Again, being new here and understanding the capital process is, as I'm sure you guys can appreciate, is a little bit of a challenge for me as well. What we've tried to put together in our inquiry response is really just an overview of what the intent was of what we were supposed to do yesterday, with a full understanding of, or at least a more full understanding of really what the requirements are. I think the piece that we were missing yesterday was that there is no money that had been included in the CIP for just bus replacement, period. All of our buses we keep on a life cycle basis, 15-year life cycle, and as a result of this, the $20 million proposal that came in included that life cycle replacement as well, plus an upgrade to electric. What we're presenting with you for you now is basically a similar plan, but acknowledging that there are federal funds available for the upgrade to electrification and the process in order to do that. So we've revised our proposal from 19.4 million down to 10.588 million. I'm sorry, $8.812 million, which is the standard bus replacement for a diesel bus replacement, plus some $750,000 to leverage the electrical infrastructure that will be required. We anticipate that with that 8.812 million, we will be able to leverage it using federal funds to the total project cost of $19.4 million. So what we're looking for is we're looking to electrify the fleet. We want to transition over to electric buses. We anticipate that the project cost will be $19.4 million. But rather than us asking for that entire 19.4 million to come out of the CIP, we're only asking for a portion of it, which is money that would generally be obligated just to replace our existing fleet when they come up, when they're due for retirement and replacement anyways. So if I could, hopefully I made that a little bit clearer. Mike, if there's anything that I skipped over or that I should have shed a little more light on.
There may be some questions from council, but we do appreciate the explanation, and it helps the public who are watching the proceedings understand, perhaps to some extent, what's taking place here as we change from a request of 19.4 million to 8 million, plus the infrastructure improvement and any anticipated federal funding coming from a different source. With that, we'll move to questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson, for the update. Through you, Your Worship, to administration, the city manager or designate, how would the actual CIP sheet be amended? Is the entire 8.812 going into 2022? Are we breaking out the 750 into anything? Are there any other breakouts? Are some consultative, some capital purchases, and some matching funds? I'm just not sure how the sheet will look. And forgive me if that's been sent and I didn't see it.
Okay, Mr. City Manager or Designate, I don't know if that's a question for the City Treasurer.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson, the sheet would be adjusted, assuming economic is in support of this, to show the $8.8 million as approved, and the remaining would just be left as undetermined funding. I think the full amount is still required in the 4-year window, so it would just be about adjusting the equipment and furnishings in 2023 for the amount that it should economic support this project. So I believe it's still important to show the entire requirement, because this is the bus replacement program, but we would just break out kind of the portion that we propose council supports to fund versus the undetermined funding. And the amount for equipment and furnishings would really, I think it would just be in the funding section. It wouldn't necessarily be above in the cost allocation or breakdown. That would change.
Oh, okay, excellent. So we would put the 8.812 as funded, leaving 3.6 as unfunded, plus the 6.938 as unfunded in 2025. Is that the way I should be thinking about this?
Correct. And then when we got more additional information on this potential transit grant, we would come back for a CIP amendment to council.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Because we don't have the amended sheet, I just want to confirm a few things on it. One of the things on the sheet we have some operational savings starting in 2024 and actually getting larger each year that we have. Will that remain true with the changes? I'm presuming so, but I don't like to make assumptions.
There's anticipated savings for the purchase of electric buses, and that's an estimate based on those purchases. The overall purchases of buses wouldn't change if we're successful in getting the federal transit grant. If we're not successful in getting that grant, then those savings likely wouldn't be achieved as quickly, or potentially not at all if we have to stick with diesel buses for several more years.
All right. So if we spend the $8 million approximately just for diesel, the operational changes we would just stay same operating. If we switch to the electric, we get the operational savings over time, and if we can match that or exceed that with the federal money, we save even more money overall.
This would assume that the $19 million in the first 4 years is all electric buses, and we're able to achieve that based on the savings that you're seeing there. Obviously, there's some uncertainty of how much that would be, and that's an estimate at this point in time.
No, I'm just trying to put it into framework that we get no operational savings if we go with the diesel buses. If we just maintain, we only get the operational savings if we switch to the electric. And of course, everything is uncertain because it's finances.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know about the finance part, Councillor Grossen, but
hey, the money in the bank account goes up and down every day depending on world events. I get that entirely. Thank you very much. I just need to confirm that. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. I have a different question, and that is, do we have the capacity to maintain electric buses? I know we've developed over many years a capacity to maintain diesel buses, but In terms of the R&M and the ongoing maintenance, can we do that at our facility here in the city of Lethbridge, or does every electric bus that requires substantial maintenance have to be shipped away to be maintained?
I'm presuming that's a question for me, unless anybody else wants to jump in on that one.
Yeah.
Do we have the capacity? And I think capacity, yes, absolutely, we have the capacity. At this point in time, do we have the knowledge and expertise to maintain electric buses? No. But the beauty of them is that they are considerably simpler than diesel buses. Aside from the normal bus systems, the doors, the air system, the steering, suspension, all those kinds of things, which doesn't matter, diesel, electric, they're all the same. The actual electric drive system is very simple. It's just a big electric motor with, you don't have coolant, you don't have oil, you don't have DPF filters or exhaust or any of those other things. And the beauty of electric is really the reduced cost of maintenance for it. That being said, when that big electric engine or battery goes down, it's expensive. But as far as the expertise of fixing it, it's part swapping. It's not. It's less expertise. That being said, I don't want to make it sound like it's a no-brainer. It's a huge transition. There would be a training curve and all those investments that we'd have to make in staff. But it's doable, and it's been done in many other transit systems.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. A question, thank you very much for that, Tim. A question I have is, you just explained that they're simpler than diesel buses, so obviously less maintenance. And I guess the question I would have is, can you share some of the possible operational savings when it comes to staffing requirements because of the savings of not having to deal with, as you said, the oil changes and all that with that? Is there going to be a large reduction in staffing? Is that what I'm understanding?
The jury's out on that. I'm less sure whether or not it is the actual mechanic's time, that is saved, or the actual hourly wage. Again, this is new technology; it's still being worked out. What we do use in order to determine the right level of manpower is there's a number of tools to take basically what your fleet composition is, what your service intervals are, what the age of the fleet are, and in order to determine what the optimum number is, but a number of trade-offs. Where a lot of the cost savings come in is really just in the parts cost. You're not buying DPF filters. You're not spending that much money on oil. You're not spending that much money on fuel. So there are savings in that regard, but a lot of the labor cost is shifted. The way we service the buses is different. The way we charge them, the way we maintain them. It's just different, but I don't know if there's an actual labor savings, but it's something we would continue to monitor.
And through the chair, if I can just add to that, is it would take some time to switch over the full fleet as well. So over that time, we'd be reassessing as we move forward. Currently, we have no electric buses, so it would take several years and several cycles to replace all our buses to actually get a good understanding of what those savings would be.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Fox. As I know, at one of the Urban Transit Association meetings I was at, anyone that has switched to these has realized a cost savings of about a 30 to 50% in wages, and so that's why I was just curious to know. But understanding that it's not going to happen, it's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman. Oh, sorry, City Treasurer wanted to add. Please comment. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just wanted to add to that as well that given the additional cost of the electric buses, the council may need to consider taking that operational savings and applying it to fund future replacements, because our existing structure of funding diesel buses through federal gas tax is not sustainable given the high cost of the electric buses. And so we're going to have to kind of look at a new funding model or change in strategy about how we replace our buses going forward. So just wanted to kind of highlight that as well, that you know, seeing those potential savings, we might have to turn that into bus replacement funding going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Tim and Mike and Craig and Haley for the update as well this morning. Appreciate that. Given that operational savings are a little contingent on spending, and that there are, no pun intended, moving parts here, is this the type of thing that we could perhaps park this particular issue, provide an amendment to the CIP in a couple of months as we have a bit more information available, and then move forward at that point? And I'm not just trying to put it off for the sake of putting it off, but if we were to park the proposed funding with it as well. But it just sounds to me like we would appreciate a little more time to understand, and Haley just mentioned, of course, a funding model as well. Do we want to just sort of postpone the conversation on this one to July or August, or whenever we have more information, and then come back to it and just amend the CIP at that time? Is there a danger to that? Is there a wisdom to that?
City Treasurer?
Or Mr. Dalton's on the screen.
Yeah, maybe I'll just I'll just start, if I might, Your Worship, and say that and I'd asked Tim for some help here in terms of whether or not that would actually allow us to get more information out of the federal announcements or not. Would we be in a position in 2 months or 3 months to be able to put better information in front of council? The other thing that's important here is the bus replacement that would have to take place even if you remove the electrification or the electric bus model. So I would certainly defer to the treasurer, but I think Mr. Sanderson, in terms of a capital replacement of bus fleet, I think that's an important point to consider, and whether or not we'd be any further ahead in 2 months or be in a position to present council with more information or not. Because I think the plan that's been presented here kind of it strikes to balance the need to replace buses, and I know that Tim and the team are trying to keep them rolling for as long as they can, with the fact that we anticipate these federal programs rolling out but don't have the detailed information yet.
If I can add to that, I would just like to reemphasize that we are only asking for the money that would keep this rolling. If we are applying for federal grants and changing to electric buses, of course, we'd be coming back to council and having that discussion at that time again. You know, right now we are asking for the base amount, the 8.062, and then the other part for the infrastructure improvement is the 0.750 is predicated on applying for a grant as well. So both those grant things, we would be updating council at those times, and you would have another time to make the decision on whether or not we move forward. But we do, as Mr. Dalton pointed out, we do need that 8 million to make sure that our bus replacement is continuing, where that was a misunderstanding on our part for not understanding that there is a life cycle and that it is built in, but it is all based on gas tax.
Okay, thank you. And we are putting together the budget for 2022 to 2025. It's not like we're spending the money this year. So the CIP could be amended at any time when clarification is provided. So whether it's July or whether it's after November the 1st, we could still make adjustments. I think what you're looking for is putting aside capital dollars in the 22 to 2025 timeframe. Can I get some clarification from our city treasurer?
Mayor Spearman, thank you. Just absolutely, the CIP can be amended at any time. The strategy that's being presented is intended to anticipate the matching portion of the transit federal grant. And just wanted to, reiterate that should councils, the decisions that economic make in terms of what gets forwarded to city council, if it ends up being fully allocated, there will be no funding available for transit bus replacements if we're not successful in getting this federal transit grant. So council, obviously this is council's decision to make, but just want to kind of reiterate that all of the funding that has typically been used or allocated to replace buses is included in the available funding, and council's or economic has made the decision to pull out 10 million, so there is some flexibility there, but just want to reiterate that there is no other transit replacement funding that could be pulled if we're not successful in getting that federal transit grant.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Yeah, so thank you. I appreciate that, Haley. My thought pattern on postponing was actually to postpone the dollar figure with it as well, so that we don't cut off our nose to spite our face. If we need more information, great. I guess the question just emanates from the fact that I'm hearing a lot of my colleagues asking questions still about, transitioning to electric and how does that work? The replacement is required, but it becomes part of a larger strategy, and the uncertainty is the federal funding at the moment. So that's why I was just asking about if we postpone this, but I would if I had a motion, I would actually earmark the $8.8 million to sit with it. So we'd end up with $18 million left at the end of this process, as opposed to just the 10. That was my line of thought, because I didn't want to punish ourselves for being diligent and taking some time. So thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. Are there any further questions at this time? Okay, are we ready to go to discussion on the motion? Okay, can I have the motion on the screen?
And there will be an amendment, Mayor Spearman.
Okay,
I believe.
The dollar figure isn't clarified there. It states as identified on page 14, so that sounds to me like the original page 14. So
I've got an amendment ready.
I will read it, and then we will entertain an amendment.
Okay.
Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following: Section D, Community Project, electric bus and charging infrastructure as identified on page 14 of the Community Projects unfunded section. So that is the original page. Are there any amendments?
Your Worship, I've got one, unless somebody has one written. I've got one that hopefully Haley can make sense of.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's further be it resolved that the electrical bus and charging infrastructure CIP be amended to include $8.812 million as funded in 2023, with the remaining furnishing or equipment and furnishings remaining as undetermined funding. I was scrolling that down while Haley was talking, so I hope that made sense.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question. What about the $399,000 in 2022?
That would remain unchanged. The only thing that this amendment changes is the equipment and furnishings.
Okay, thank you.
I believe, but Haley can contradict me.
Or confirm.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, I think that's correct. Councillor
Thank you.
Carlson.
Okay, so the number in 2023 would change to 8.812 million. And the balance in 2025 would be unfunded, undetermined funding. Are there questions from council on the amendment?
I'd be asking for a seconder, Your Worship.
Okay. I would second the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from council? Are we ready
Yeah,
to?
Mayor Spearman.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Mayor Spearman, Councillor Kaufman here. So I'm not trying to be thick about this, and maybe it's just been a long week, but the motion states 8.812 million is funded in 2023. So we are removing the current 12.476 from 2023. We're basically amending it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it shouldn't be add. Should it not be amend the figure? I think we all understand the spirit, but to me, include 8.812 million adds to the 12.
Okay.
Am I missing something?
I'll ask the mover first. Would he agree that the figure be amended to maybe from 12.476 to 8.812?
Would the word show? Because as Madam Treasurer said, we have to show all the funding, but we're only actually ponying up the 8.812. So it's basically being amended to show 8.812 as funded, with the remaining still there, but unfunded.
Okay, and I'm okay pushing the remainder to the right within this cycle if we have to. Sorry, it's probably just the way I'm considering this. That's fine. I understand the spirit and intent, and it's more important as long as the CAO and treasurer do, then that's fine.
Or you can just add show, like Councillor Carlson just said. It's his
If the mover wants to make that and add it as a friendly.
Yep. If that gives some comfort, so it's not an additional 8. It's just showing that we're only funding 8.812 out of the 12 point whatever it was that was requested.
Okay, thank you.
The movers agreed to it. I can, as the seconder, I also consent. It's now been rectified on the screen, or adjusted on the screen, if you like. The word show is included. I'll ask our city treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Councillor Carlson, just looking for clarification on the 399 in 2022. Are we, is it economics wish for that to be funded as well, or is just the total funding the 8.812 in 2023?
My understanding was we still needed that. I don't have the exact figures in front of me. 390 because my computer closed. I think it was 399, 400,000, whatever it was.
Yes. So it was for construction, consultative services, and other. So the vast majority being construction 191, consultative services 195, and 13 for other. So that the 399 would also be shown or retained.
Shall we, for clarity, Madam Treasurer, shall we ask and further that the 399 in 2022 also be funded? Would that
yes,
give
that'd
you
be
clarity?
helpful. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. I'll make a further amendment.
I will agree to the friendly amendment.
Mayor Spearman, while Mr. Westerson is adding that in, is it appropriate when the draft is actually approved for there to be a some sort of notation on this particular sheet as to how the strategy has changed a little bit? Because somebody reading the approved budget with the sheet the way it is right now may interpret this funding as going towards something else or in a different direction. So do we need to have some sort of notation in the on the actual project sheet saying update or the funding is intended for, just for clarity again, transparency for everyone?
Mayor Spearman, if I may, is
Yes, go ahead.
there's absolutely, Councillor Kaufman, we could add something in the comment about future anticipated federal transit grant funding, and this would be the matching component to that.
That would be very...
Is that what your question was?
Yeah, because this is now a little bit less about electric bus and charging infrastructure. Like the project stays the same, but the way we're talking about and contextualizing the funding here, it's slightly different. So it's, again, it's just assuming that 100,000 people are not watching this conversation and creating that transparency.
Ms. Pinkston, Lisa Trent here. It suggests that there's an inclusion around how we've repositioned the amendment to include the fleet replacement and future electric bus contemplation. So I think there's an element to this, to Councillor Kaufman's point, that we need to capture the diesel fleet replacement for the foreseeable future until such time that electric is adopted.
Yeah, that would be perfect. Thank you, Ms. Trent. I'll leave that to you folks to take care of. It's a comment on what I think should be there. Open, obviously, for debate with my colleagues. Thanks.
Are there any further questions at this stage?
I think we need at the end to be approved. Or thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everyone's clear. Are we ready for debate? Okay, I'll ask Councillor Carlson to open debate.
I'll close, Your Worship.
Okay. I will support this resolution. I appreciate the updates from Council and the clarification that will come in terms of additional explanation in the verbiage. I think putting aside funding for electric buses and our busing requirements is prudent, and there are people in the city who depend on busing. So the technology is evolving. We're moving to a cleaner environment, and electrification of vehicles is something that's progressing, whether it's private vehicles or public vehicles, and the City of Lethbridge needs to be part of that. So I will be supporting putting aside funding to address our needs for the future. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Firstly, I'd like to thank the city manager and Mr. Sanderson and all the other staff that were involved in pulling this together. From what was included in the CIP binder to this ask in light of new funding that's possibly available. I'd like to thank you for that clarification, as well as how the spend would look. I think moving in the direction of new technology for our transit system is really a no-brainer, and I will fully support this.
Would any other councillors like to speak on this issue? I see none. I will ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Appreciate all the work that was done. It's a much happier day when we can hopefully achieve the same goals with about nearly a third of the funding that was originally requested. So I appreciate that. I think it also might be incumbent on members of council that are sitting around the table today to ponder how we could, through our advocacy work, perhaps devise a strategy to advocate to our federal partners to ensure that these funds flow through to us. But if there's nothing further, I will call for the vote.
Okay, I will first ask all in favor. Then I'll ask if there's any opposed.
Hagan.
Okay, do we need to do a roll call vote? Let's do a roll call vote just to confirm.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Carries 7-1.
Thank you. Okay, we said yesterday that we would next consider all the transit.
Worship, that's we have to do the main motion as amended now.
Okay, main motion is amended. Okay, sorry about that. I get too far ahead too quickly. So the amendments have been approved. The main motion as amended appears on the screen. Okay, I will read it. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following: Section D, Community Project, Electric Bus and Charging Infrastructure, as identified on page 14 of the Community Projects Unfunded section, and further be it resolved that the Electric Bus and Charging Infrastructure CIP be amended to show $8.812 million as funded in 2023, with the remaining equipment and furnishings as undetermined funding. And further be it resolved that $399,000 in 2022 be approved. Moved by Councillor Carlson and seconded by myself.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Unless there's any further debate.
I see none.
Councillor Hagan.
Is there? Councillor Hagan?
Yes, thank you. I just can't support this at this time based on, the extreme uncertainty around federal funding. Also, we had heard our city manager had commented that we're still needing to replace buses because we don't know this point going forward. We need to make sure that our fleet is on the streets. But I'm sure many of you are aware, and if not, have a look into this. Our ratio of spare is currently sitting at about 71%, when the average is about 20 to 30% in other communities. And so we will still have enough busing if we do have concerns with the other buses that we have, the other diesel buses going forward. And transit, we need to remember, it's the third largest impact in our taxation. And right now, with all the uncertainty around here, I'm sorry, I just cannot support this.
Okay, thank you. Any other debate?
Mayor Spearman, Councillor Kaufman, I'm sorry, I have to ask a question based on what was stated about that. Did I hear spare rate? Did I miss part of the conversation somewhere talking about this?
Yeah, it was only just brought up in debate. There was no discussion prior to that I know of.
Does it actually have an impact on this?
That's why I'm asking for clarification on the statement. I know it's not. I can. But if for the purpose of understanding debate and being swayed one way or the other, can I ask for clarity in Councillor Higgins' statement, please?
Okay. Who can provide information on the spare rate in the city of Lethbridge? So number of buses available for spares versus total fleet.
Mayor Spearman, can I just ask Councillor Higgin to clarify his statement first and then get a response or information, please?
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman. is our numbers are reported on a regular basis to CUDA, as well as they're reported to council when when transit comes forward. And one of the presentations was that it was at 71%, and as I'm talking to you, I'm going to go through, because I was going through this here last night, a 71% spare ratio. But if somebody wanted to confirm that for me, if that is actually true, what was presented previously or not, or if we've actually dropped down from that number, that would be great.
Thank you, Councillor Higgin. Can you, just for the uneducated amongst us, it's probably just me, spare rate meaning what?
Those are the buses that are not on the street. So, for example, if a bus is broken down and is brought back in, there's always an additional bus to send out so that service is still provided throughout the community. So, spare ratio being those are the numbers that are not always in service, and they cycle through them, and I'm sure city manager or our transit manager can confirm that, to keep them all rolling and serviced at similar times. They don't always just sit to the side until they're needed. They're worked through the complete transit fleet. And so, but we do have in one of the numbers, 71% of spare buses that are not on the road. Especially now, lately, there's going to be even, well, maybe there's not more. I guess our service is still running, but there's an 88% reduction in passengers here lately. But we got to look for the future that's not going to be the case. It's during COVID, etc. But a 71% is a number I've seen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Yep. Mr. Sanderson, can you please speak to the point that Councillor Higgin raised, and perhaps, if it would be helpful to just talk about the bus replacement process in general, and what transit does to try and extend the lifespan of buses to ensure that we're operating it as efficiently as possible.
Sure, and thank you for that, and through you, Your Worship. I wish that I could just give a very simple answer to a lot of those facts and figures that are out. At this point in time, and again, I'm not sure, CUDA numbers are usually about 2-3 years old by the time they get published. But right now we're approximately 40% spare ratio, and Councillor Higgin is correct that normal systems will run somewhere between 20 and 25% spare ratio. That being said, there's a reason why we have a higher spare ratio here, and that's due really to our manpower allotment and the shifting that has been a practice in the city of Lethbridge for a while. So either you pay on one side or you pay on the other. At the end of the day, the important thing is that you have a bus available for if a bus breaks down, and enough buses available in order to provide the level of service so that you can service and do your preventative maintenance and everything like that. So if you have a higher spare ratio, that usually means that you have that you require less service technicians because the buses can sit broken down for a longer period of time, and you have more options to service them. You don't have to keep them rolling as much. And so the structure that the city of Lethbridge has had has been, right or wrong, to stick with a higher spare ratio rather than make those changes in the garage. One of the things we're taking a look at is that the right spare ratio? And it's something that, since I've been here, we're looking at. The other factor is with CityLink going in September, we anticipate that spare ratio to change, that we are going to require. We're still working on the blocking, but we are going to require more vehicles to be on the road during peak periods. So we're anticipating that number is going to change and be in flux. And then just on the bigger piece of bus replacement, buses are designed to last for 12 years. That's their useful economic life, and that's how they're built. As a result of our excellent preventative maintenance program, we keep them for 15 years and perhaps even longer sometimes, depending on what it is, which is really good. Past that point in time, then you're putting in engines, transmissions, hybrid drives, very expensive components, and you've just got diminishing returns. So again, overall, and again, in my experience of transit, we absolutely have one of the best maintained fleets, and I'm really proud of our preventative maintenance program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. Through you to Mr. Dalton or Mr. Sanderson, how would the spare ratio impact our transition to electric fleet? Because that's what this whole CIP is about, or this section is transitioning the infrastructure as well as the buses to electric. Does the spare ratio factor into that?
If I may, I don't. I think the spare ratio is an important factor, but I don't know how it would relate to the transition, other than the number of buses that may be being replaced.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add to that? Never mind. That's fine. I'm okay.
So we have a significant portion, about 10 million, which the funding source has not been identified. If the requirement for electric buses is less, that would simply reduce the amount in the future that we would reduce the unfunded amount in the future. Would it not?
Mayor Spearman, sorry, can you repeat your question again?
If the number of buses is less than required, the unfunded amount in 2025 would simply be reduced.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, have we clarified that? Has it been discussed and clarified to council's satisfaction? If we can continue with debate. Any further debate on this issue? Okay, I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I do appreciate the discussions on these because they are very large expenditures. I do ask that my colleagues do support this. I think it's going to be a requirement that we transition by 2030. This is a plan on how to get there and hopefully maximizing the use of federal dollars to reduce the impact on our budget. Excuse me. One thing I would like to highlight is that this actually reduces the impact on taxation to the taxpayer. This investment reduces ongoing operating costs by nearly $200,000 by the end of its life. Further to that, it greatly reduces greenhouse gas emissions. So I would ask for my colleagues to support this.
Thank you. We'll now do a roll call vote.
Councillor Parker.
In favor?
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor?
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
And Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Carries 7-1.
Okay, thank you very much. So that was the main motion. We can now move on to page 24.
Mayor Spearman, while we're switching over, if I could have a question on process.
Okay.
Just a thought was sent to me by one of my colleagues that if we ask before every vote if anyone is opposed, it'll save us having to do a vote and then a roll call vote unnecessarily.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure, I was doing it sort of the other way, asking if everyone was in favor and then asking if anyone was opposed. If they were, I would call a roll call vote similar. Save 30 seconds maybe, but yeah, sure.
Yep. I'm trying to save 30 seconds over the...
Okay.
Anyway, just a thought to bring forward. Thank you.
Okay, so we were, the suggestion also came from council yesterday that we consider these as a group. Well, now, I don't, these are about hubs at, how do you wish to proceed, councillors? Do Do you wish to discuss each and every hub individually, or the concept of having terminals and hubs? How do you wish to proceed with this?
I'm trying to find the document, the priority document that we received.
Okay.
I can't find it.
Quick question, Your Worship. Are they all connected? Are they in an all or nothing?
To the city manager or designate.
Some of them make sense to me, like heated shelter, et cetera. But I don't know if they're necessary are a group.
What I might recommend is to ask Mr. Fox and Mr. Sanderson here about the best way to proceed. I think there is some value in looking at them together, and perhaps Mr. Sanderson could provide a context up front, because as I understand it, some are more central and important to the CityLink project than others. So I would just ask Mr. Fox and Mr. Sanderson if that approach makes sense.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanderson, does that make sense?
That sounds perfect. Because yes, there's varying priorities and different causes in this as well. So.
Okay. So if I'm reading between the lines, and I hesitate to do that, it sounds like you wish to discuss each one of these individually because there's varying priorities. Is that correct?
I would say that there is that we have a priority. One of the projects, I think we would propose rescinding, and then two of the projects are actually outside of the funding scope of this, or the funding window of this CIP, and I think really the three projects that we are strongly advocating are all interrelated. Again, if I could take 4 minutes to really give an overview of the project, that may offer some clarification.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. This project has really come about, and it's been a bit of a modification in process. Again, I came in halfway through when this was originally done, and it is a bit of a work in progress, but we feel very comfortable in the proposal as it stands right now. Last year, Council directed Transit to implement Transit on Demand service. We've rebranded that CityLink. We've got that coming in September. Part of, in order to make CityLink successful, it's going to require an interface between our fixed route system, our regular transit system, and the new demand response system that we're creating in suburban, less transit-intensive neighborhoods. Quite frankly, we just need a system in order to get our big buses, or people on our big buses, to our little buses, or a hub where people on our little buses can go to a centralized location in order to make this work. It's very important that that's done safely and comfortably for our passengers. Conversely, with the CityLink system, there are going to be some interrelated places where we've got multiple routes coming in. And those are also at the hub. So these are going to be confluences of multiple fixed routes, demand response, and in the future, we also see that as an opportunity to implement bike share, e-scooters, TNCs, or Uber, Lyft, van share. There's just a number of other opportunities in order to really facilitate that first mile, last mile, in order to really get at the spirit of what Council directed us to do last year. Now, we've prioritized these hubs in order of really their importance to the project, and in order to do that, the first hub that we have in the Northeast, and why it is the most expensive is because in that area, the environment is not suitable for doing an on-street facility. So we would require to do an off-street facility, which increases the cost. Conversely, by doing an off-street facility, there is operational savings. As this hasn't been designed yet, we don't know where that is, but we anticipate annual savings of between $25,000 and $90,000 a year, just simply not having to have the bus go around the block down residential streets or streets that they have no business doing. Priority 2 is Southgate, south part of the city. Again, very similar. Again, it's that connection point, the interface between demand response and fixed route. But what we find in that area is we are spending an awful lot of time going down residential streets, which are unproductive and disruptive. CityLink has us getting off of a lot of residential streets. This offers us to do that, operate bidirectionally. We anticipated it would save $102,000 in annual operating efficiencies by installing a traffic circle. Priority 3 and 4 are not going to have operational savings. They are on-street facilities that again just serve as the hub. West Highlands, we feel, is going to be a high ridership area. Without improvements, we're concerned that we're going to have too many people on a sidewalk waiting for a bus, and potential safety and comfort issues. And we do feel that strongly that we should have some amenities in there, but you can see by the scale of that project, it's quite a bit smaller. Sunridge, very similar, again, just lower ridership to West Highlands. The other two, the ATB City Center, originally when we started this project, we thought this was going to be another strong hub, but as we've refined the system, we feel that the existing infrastructure there is adequate for the activity that we're going to have at that location. NMAX and Exhibition Park, these are really placeholders. These are strong destinations that we feel transit should have an enhanced presence in, but these are outside of the scope. We don't necessarily have any, we're not looking for funding at these things, at these ones. We just really want a bookmark to say, hey, you know what, when we're doing improvements in these areas, let's bring transit to the table. And that we can think about it in order to implement them larger into the system. So, and my apologies, Mayor, that was longer than 4 minutes.
No, that was great. I personally appreciated the prioritization. So they're not necessarily in priority in terms of the way they're presented in the CIP. So I think I saw that the project on page 24 is priority number 5. And there's placeholders in for the page 29 and page 30, I guess. Yeah. Okay, good. I think that was very informative. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Sperm. Thank you very much for the information, and members of Economic SPC will be reminded that we've got an email from the City Clerk on May the 11th with the priority identified on each. It was me who raised the question about lumping them all together, and I appreciate the explanation as to why they should be considered independently. Do we still, if I were to look up perhaps to priority 4, how are we impacting the rollout of CityLink if we pick and choose on these? Or is it just CityLink rolls out, this is about providing an increased level of service, comfort, perhaps operator safety in terms of busing, movement, things of that nature?
Through your worship to Councillor Kaufman, CityLink is going ahead in September, regardless of these hubs or without the hubs. But we're going to have to manage some issues when we do it. One of them is managing the safety and coming up with interim methods in order to mitigate the potential risks that we have. Not only that, it's the convenience of the passengers as well. CityLink, right now our network is, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, so please bear with me, but operates on a time transfer connection, so that all the buses come at a certain time and then depart at a certain time, with somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes of layover time every half hour in between those. With CityLink, that inefficient time we're reallocating into actually traveling and moving the bus, and this is really speeding the system up. The flip side to it, is that at certain locations, there may be longer waits where they're going to have to wait outside. Right now, they can wait on the bus. In this scenario, they're actually going to have to wait outside. And as a newcomer to Lethbridge, in the wintertime, and as a bus rider, that isn't very inviting. It's a little breezy out there, and it's not very comfortable if you're out there for 10, 12 minutes. And it could be dangerous in some during some days. So that's one of the things we're looking to do. By doing that and by providing that safety, providing that comfort, we also feel that there's other amenities that we can do, real-time transit information, fairly inexpensive options that just really appeal or increase the appeal of the system, but not required in order to provide CityLink.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the newcomer perspective because you get used to it should not be the policy direction here. So appreciate that. Thank you. Two further questions, if I can, Mayor Spearman. First of all, on rescinding the ATB Center, rescinding as removed from the CIP or rescinding as move it out of this cycle?
We don't feel that it's necessary, period. We're just rescinding it, period.
Okay, thank you. Finally, and I do have to ask this, on Priority 3 West Highlands, Southgate traffic circle. Two questions sort of associated with this part of the cost as a traffic circle. Is this an intersection traffic circle, or is it a traffic circle strictly for transit?
No, it'd be a public use transit circle. And sorry, again, as a newcomer, let me just get the intersection down. I believe it's Southgate and I don't know if I can remember the cross street off the top of my head, but just a block in from Southgate off of Mayor McGrath.
Okay, I know actually exactly where that intersection is. And our buses are able to, are our operators providing feedback on navigating the traffic circles? And I'm assuming this is going to be a complete turnaround. You go into the circle and go right around the circle and come right out.
Yes.
Our operators are able to navigate that with buses and bus size that we have, correct?
It would be designed as such. Generally speaking, though, most traffic circles have to be designed for fire engines. So if a fire engine can get around it, generally a bus can. So we're generally pretty good, but we've been working with engineering to ensure that happens. We also have a special projects trainer who is heavily involved to ensure that that something like this is doable before we go into it. And he's been involved, giving us a sign off.
Thank you. And you're okay carrying the bulk of an infrastructure project for cost? Because basically we're doing a public intersection into a traffic circle, but transit is carrying the cost on that.
Again, we've been working with transportation on an infrastructure on this project, and they feel it's a good solution as well. So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think a lot of my questions were already answered. Just for clarity, Northeast is priority 1, Southgate priority 2, 3 and 4 West Highlands and Sunridge, and ATB is not being requested at this time. Did I write that down correctly?
Through your worship to Councillor Carlson, yes, that is correct.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. The land costs in the Northeast, and I'm scrolling, I think it was 811. I lost it. Is that a for sure amount? Or is that an estimate based on the size of land you think you need?
Again, we worked with our colleagues in the cities to develop that. My level of confidence, they really seem to think what that number was good, and I've got a high level of confidence. But it's real estate; it's a crazy market. We don't own the property at this point in time, so of course there is some flexibility in that.
Okay, thank you. And finally, on the Northeast, I thought, and maybe I was listening to the Southgate one, but I thought you said that there would be a reduction in operating costs This sheet shows an increase, so I'm guessing that that's been netted out. There'll be an increase. Is it due to the charging facility and maintenance life cycle? And then those savings have been netted out.
No, we don't have any cost saving. We did not feel comfortable anticipating cost savings because we really have no idea what that number is going to be until some design work would be done on the site. Again, without getting too far in the weeds, we're really dependent on the orientation and the alignment of the facility since it's off street. And where our savings come is from making direct routing for buses. So although it's off street, if it's in a bad location and it requires us to travel more time, we're not going to have those savings. Conversely, if we are able to save a lot of time and travel time on our buses, that saving will be greater. So again, our range is, our estimate would be somewhere between $20,000 and $90,000 a year, which would offset those numbers as well.
Okay, thank you. And sort of just for a global picture, I think Councillor Kaufman asked this, but I wasn't exactly sure. If none of these investments were funded at this time, what would be the impact on our to the average citizen using our service?
Well, it's going to greatly impact the desirability of doing it and the convenience of using the system. The thing that we're most concerned about is that transferring from demand response to fixed route and having people waiting outside for it, not just waiting outside, but on a sidewalk for a long period of time with traffic going very close to it in areas where there's not a lot of pedestrians generally. It's a situation that makes us nervous, and we would like to mitigate it as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Just a couple of questions. One, the removal of the hub at the ATB Center. When we built the full build of the ATB Center, we want to ensure that people from all over the city could have reasonable access via transit to the ATB Center. Are you finding that the times to get around the city to the ATB Center are acceptable? Have you heard any feedback about that? And what will be the effect of not having a hub right there? Will that have any effect on ridership to the ATB Center?
Thank you for the question, and through your worship to Councillor Miyashiro. I mean, you're right on the nose with a lot of those things. The system that we currently have does not prioritize service to the ATB Center. The CityLink system does. And again, I'm doing a little bit of chicken and egg dance here because I've got a proposal to SPC. I've got a presentation to SPC that really describes the CityLink system a lot more. But we are actually using the ATB Center as a hub, but we're not linking it in with the demand response system on the west side of the city. So it's going to have high frequency routes. It's going to have service every half hour coming from downtown. So the downtown trip from the west side to the east side will be approximately 12 minutes every half hour. So again, we're really expanding access to the ATB Center because that's something that we heard about. We just don't feel that we need the same level of infrastructure that we are going to at the other hubs, just because of the nature of how we're anticipating that's not being used.
Okay, great. Thank you. And my next question is about the Northeast Hub. And you said you wanted some multimodal connections from that hub into that area, mainly probably for people going to work in the industrial park, both industrial parks that have borders on, as well as a bit of shopping in the Walmart location or that shopping center there. Do we have buses that go right into the, many buses that go right into the industrial parks from that location? Is that the intent?
Yeah, again, right now we've, excuse the term, but we've got a dog's breakfast of routes all over that side of the city. Under the CityLink system, we're concentrating the routes where we will have a specified route that does provide service through the industrial park during daytime. Excuse me, I got most of the facts off the top of my head, but during the daytime hours, after hours, we're anticipating running service to the industrial through demand response. which again brings the importance of this hub to come in. So they would take a high frequency route from the university, from downtown, from the west side, one bus trip all the way out to Walmart. At that point in Walmart, they would transfer to demand response, could take them to anywhere in the industrial, in Black Wolf. I'm out of naming neighborhoods out there.
Okay, no, that's fine. And because my concern was that we'd still be able to service the people that are working shift work and outside of normal business hours. And what you're saying is having this hub there will help accommodate that.
That is absolutely what our intent is with CityLink and with this project.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. A question I have, Mr. Sanderson, you brought it before that, and I just want to confirm this, that these hubs are not necessary to start with CityLink. Is that correct?
That's correct. CityLink is a routing network, and it's a redesign of the transit system.
Okay.
So no, we can go ahead with CityLink and not have this.
Thank you for that. Because the reason I asked that is I'm thinking about due diligence, and of course we start the CityLink. Currently, we're anticipating, we're hopeful, we're expecting usage based on what we think CityLink is going to bring it in. And I'll reemphasize what we think CityLink is going to bring in. So I think the correct due diligence would be to start with CityLink, see where the struggles are as far as infrastructure in these hubs, and later looking at where these hubs can be. So I'm just, you mentioned a couple times chicken or egg, cart before horse, etc. And I truly believe we're kind of in that situation right now. And I totally respect the fact, Mr. Sanderson, that you came in kind of midstream and all of this stuff, and now we're into a CIP. And so I'm really struggling with this. So I just need to know, do you feel that these hubs, from what you've seen so far coming in, are truly necessary at this point to help with CityLink? Is that what or CityLink and our transit is in general? Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Hagan, what I would say is that Council directed Lethbridge Transit to redesign and rethink the transit system in order to implement an on-demand service. As part of that, when that decision was made, the need for these types of hubs became evident. Are they absolutely required in order to provide the barest level of service? No. But very similarly, when I buy a car, I'd like to have a roof on it, because the car works great. I can drive it, but when it's minus 30, it's really cold, and I'm probably not going to use it. So very similarly, the car works. The car will work fine, but it'd be nice to have a roof on it for our passengers, our customers.
Thank you for that. I struggle with the roof costing $5 million, so maybe that's just me. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and nice to meet you, Mr. Sanderson. Welcome. I wondered, given we're trying to promote people to use the bus and have it convenient for everybody, I just wondered, would any of these hub projects be eligible for any other provincial or federal funding, or do you foresee anything coming down the pipeline?
Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Campbell. Thank you for that question. I do anticipate there's so many federal programs. Transit is a very high priority for the federal government now. There is a lot of investment in there. That being said, there's a lot of competition for these types of projects. We have taken a look at a number of programs that have come through, and they haven't quite fit. But who knows? I would not be surprised if a program were to come. But once the program comes, also that we have a competitive submission for it is also in question.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
You're welcome. Are there any further questions from council?
Carlson.
Go ahead, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Appreciate you being here to answer the questions. I wish your priority list would have matched up with mine. Mine was very mercenary based on dollars, sadly. So I guess I'll just ask the blunt question that is in my head. If council, and knowing that we're in a fairly tight situation this go round, if council did say we think these are appropriate and we like them and they would really improve the customer experience and hopefully ridership, but we're poor right now, and I'll just phrase it that way, and approved your priority 3 and 4, would that be useful at all, skipping over those top 2 but funding, I don't want to call them the lower hanging fruit, but the easier funded options, I'll put them that way? Would that be helpful at all?
Through your worship to Councillor Carlson, I may not look it, but I'm actually a pretty flexible guy as far as these go. I would hesitate that 3 and 4, that specifically funding 3 and 4 would have that great a value. What I would possibly suggest was that rather than funding the entirety of the project, to allow funding towards this project, or a portion of funding towards CityLink hubs, and allowing us to prioritize and provide the absolute minimum requirements in order to facilitate them at multiple locations, rather than just simply concentrating and doing a full project at 2 of them, would, if a compromise were to be made, would serve our customers better.
So what you would recommend then is rather council deciding to fund what we think we can afford as projects, council deciding what's a dollar figure we think we could afford, and then sending it back to your team to say, okay, council gave us $80, how do we fund $200 worth of projects out of that? Is that what you're requesting? Or not requesting, offering?
Through your worship to Councillor Carlson, again, my request is of course for the 4 projects. That being said, as I said, we're flexible, and in the best interest of our customers, we would be able to prioritize any funding that were to be provided for this. I would just be hesitant to, rather than throw away, should we be providing any funding, I would prefer to put it towards priority 1 and 2 rather than 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we'd normally move on to debate. If we look at page 24, we've heard that that project is not essential. And so a facility at the ATB Center is not a high priority. By motion, how do we deal with this? Do we put it on the floor in a positive way and then allow council to vote on it?
I think that's the appropriate. It's the same mechanism we've done for everything, Your Worship.
Okay.
There's people on their hand up.
Okay.
Okay, so the mover is Councillor Carlson. Yeah. Councillor Miyashiro, you're in the queue.
No, I was just going to say that I'll second this. Never mind.
Okay. All right. If we can put the motion on the screen. Okay. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community projects: City Hub, ATB Center, as identified on page 24 of the community projects unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sherman. I wasn't sure if my colleagues had questions on this or they were just in the queue for debate. I had one quick question. Mr. Sanderson, you did say this was not a priority. It was high on my list because of the access for folks with mobility issues. Just bring me comfort that this is not needed. There is no accessibility issues, no impediments at all.
Thank you for that question and for that clarification through your worship. Can I assure you that there is no accessible, I can't give the assurance that there's absolutely no accessibility concerns. What I can give you an assurance is that there is an accessible path of travel from our proposed stop location with CityLink to the entrance of the ATB Center, which really was our concern. Also, I can assure you that there is a sufficiently accessible boarding and alighting platform for the vehicles that we propose on putting into that location. Also, our intention would be that through our contractor to have a shelter constructed there, which would be at no cost to the city. It would be an advertising shelter as well. So to approach them with that, to provide that shelter. So
thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And Your Worship, if there aren't, there are questions?
There are. Councillor Parker?
Actually, Councillor Carlson asked my question, and thank you, Mr. Anderson. That's the answer I wanted to hear. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there are no further questions. We can move on to debate.
I'll close, Your Worship.
Any debate on this item, the City Hub at ATB Center? I see none, so we'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sherman. I appreciate this coming forward, and I appreciate the thought for making it more accessible and a better experience for some of our riders. But through the discussion, we found that it's not necessary, so I won't be supporting this facility.
Okay, thank you. I think your suggestion was to ask if there were any opposed.
It'll work the wrong way this time, maybe, but yes.
Okay, are there any in favor of this motion? Okay, there is nobody in favor. Anyone opposed?
We're all opposed.
We're all opposed, so
Yeah.
I think the motion is lost 0-8. Thank you. We'll now move to page 25. Mr. Sanderson had offered that if council wanted to provide a lump sum, they could prioritize, or we could consider these one at a time, as is currently laid out in the Capital Improvement Plan document. At this
Mayor
time,
Sherman,
yes.
sorry, go ahead. I was going to propose sort of an omnibus.
Yeah.
Bus being the key.
Okay.
Phrase there. I finally got to use my pun. It's basically, I'm not sure how to word it, Your Worship, because we're using page numbers.
Yes.
But basically that council fund the City Hub CIP, and now my CIP is shut down, and you can fill in the page numbers for me.
Why don't you use the name Northeast or?
I'll throw it out there what I was considering and see if it makes sense to council. It was to fund. Come on. Sorry. That the CIP be amended by including City Hub projects on pages 25, 26, 27, 28 in the amount of $3 million in total, with the remaining funds as unfunded, or the remaining requests as unfunded.
Okay.
That was my first kick at it. I'm open to discussion.
I think questions at this point.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Question to Mr. Sanderson. The proposed funding is $3 million. The requested funding is about $5.5 million. Is $3 million sufficient? It basically covers the cost of priority 1.
And again, without really digging down to it, I feel that we could absolutely make improvements to really get to mitigate the safety concerns that we have at probably 3 of the locations with that amount of funding.
Okay. Do you think you'll be able to sufficiently address the issues at priority 2, your Southgate terminal?
Mayor, I believe, and again, just taking a look at the projects over again, where the challenge is going to would come in would be in achieving the operating efficiencies. A lot of the dollar amounts that are coming in are in our ability to turn the buses around, and I'm not sure that we would be able to achieve both of those. Could we achieve customer safety and comfort? Yes. But getting the buses turned around may be problematic with that amount of money. But again, as I said, I am flexible and creative.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, are there, Councillor Miyashiro, questions?
No, Mayor Sperman, you asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd be prepared to propose an amendment to increase the amount to $4 million if there's a seconder. Is there a seconder? I see no seconder. Hey. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate the wisdom of putting these together. However, I would like to make a motion to divide, if it would be seconded, to take the Southgate out, take out just the Southgate stop and vote on it separately. I'm okay with Northeast, Sunridge, and West Highlands being voted on as a block.
Okay, to separate priority 2, Southgate, out from the group. A motion to divide. Is there a seconder for that? I will second it. Go ahead. Okay, Councillor Kaufman, could you explain your rationale for separating out priority 2?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. It's one of those intuitive things. I love this project because this really is about customer service and customer experience. Having that, obviously there is the safety component to it as well. Southgate and maybe just knowing our community a little differently, making these infrastructure changes and providing this additional level of service at Southgate at this time, I don't see being necessarily a wise expenditure. I think that will be one of the hardest neighborhoods to get onto the bus. You could argue certainly that putting in the infrastructure might encourage people. I don't see that as being a subdivision that is necessarily going to embrace it. I am making this in the absence of data in terms of ridership coming out of there. But again, intuitively and observationally, I don't see this as being a place where we should be investing at this time. I would have no issues moving this to the right and putting it into the next CIP cycle. But for now, for me, it's really the Northeast and West Highlands and Sunridge.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question I have to the mover. We have a before it here for the 4 of them in the amount of $3 million. Does that change the $3 million? I just need some clarification on how this amendment would affect. So if this was removed out, do the other 3 still have $3 million?
Sorry, Councillor Higgin, are you asking me?
No, it's to direct it to
or
Councillor
who can
Carlson.
answer that? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. We haven't amended the amount, only to remove one project. Councillor Carlson, can you clarify?
Yep, you've clarified.
The amount remains the same. It would be allocated amongst 3 projects.
Okay, so instead of amongst 4 projects, it would go amongst 3 projects.
Yes.
So kind of your $4 million that you're wanting, Mayor Spearman. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Are we ready for the motion to divide? Councillor Carlson?
Thanks. I did have a quick question through you, Your Worship, to maybe Mr. Sanderson. I think what I'm hearing from Councillor Kaufman and his intent is that there was concerns about the actual exact geographic location of this. And I did have some queries on that as well. I know that the bulk of the ridership in this neighborhood doesn't actually come, in my mind, from driving around and using the bus. It doesn't actually come from the Southgate neighborhood. It's the folks going to Walmart, Home Depot, Best Buy, et cetera, in that area. And I'm wondering if the location is the right location, or is that set in stone? Like, for me, it would make much more sense to have it in the middle of the actual high use area. So I'm just throwing that out there for clarification.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Carlson, you are right on the money with this one. We are not anticipating significant ridership to come from Southgate, and quite frankly, that is the whole impetus for this project. This is an opportunity to turn the bus around. Unfortunately, in that neighborhood, much like many neighborhoods, there's really long blocks that swerve into residential, and turning a bus around is not easy. So we are only going on Southgate with the impetus to turn the bus around and get it back on McGrath. Without this project, it has us going into Southgate just to turn the bus around, and I think as Councillor Kaufman said, there's no ridership in there. We're just wasting time. So that's the impetus for the project, to really serve that commercial area on Mayor McGrath as efficiently as possible.
So this would actually keep buses out of Southgate, at least for the time being, is what you're saying.
Through Your Worship, 100%. That's what we're trying to do. Or these big buses. We would serve Southgate with a smaller demand zone bus, which is just more appropriate for the neighborhood.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miyashiro?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just further to what Mr. Sanderson was saying, would this hub help service the new subdivisions in the southeast, such as Southbrook, and whatever gets built out in that whole area structure plan?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Miyashiro, Yes, this is going to be the hub for all of the subdivisions out in that segment. Those subdivisions are going to be served with demand response service. So we're not going to run a fixed route. We're not going to run a big bus down through there. But this would be the collector hub on Southgate Boulevard, where the demand response vehicles come. They drop people off, and then they would get on a high frequency CityLink bus in order to either go further down the Mayor-McGrath corridor or downtown, or quite frankly, you could do a one seat. Once you get on a bus at Southgate, you could be at the university in 23 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so my question would be, I get complaints from senior citizens who are using shopping in the area, who struggle with existing bus stops. So they come out of Costco or they come out of Walmart and then have to cross a ditch in order to get to the bus shelter to catch the bus. And it's easily 150 meters from either of those stores to the stop. Is there a better location for this turnaround? Does it take up so much real estate that it couldn't be more convenient and solve two issues? Or does it need to be in Southgate?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I mean, you've hit the nail on the head for one of the challenges that transit has with development of this type. It's one thing to get in front of the business, and it's another thing to get to the business. And the most successful strategies that I've seen are really working with the property owners in order to provide welcoming paths of travel from bus stops to that location, welcoming direct paths of travel in order to do that, and those infrastructure dollars. This project isn't meant to do that. That's a really important thing that I think in future years we'll start taking we have to start taking a look at. But unfortunately, it is it's an outcome of this type of development. The good news is development of this type is going by the wayside, and we just have to put up with what we have and mitigate those strategies for the time being, and hope in the future that it's a little bit easier.
Okay, thank you. Sorry if that was a little bit off topic. Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you. You pretty much answered my question. I was just asking about where an appropriate turnaround for a bus would be in that end of town. So that's what I was looking at. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, everybody understands the intent of the motion to divide from Councillor Kaufman. Any further questions on the motion to divide? Okay, if we can move to debate on the motion to divide, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Mr. Sanderson, for the additional information. As we heard Mr. Sanderson state, that's not necessarily about ridership in Southgate. It's about turning the bus around. Right now, the bus turns left off of Mayor McGrath onto Southgate Boulevard, goes a block to Cooley Creek Boulevard, I think it is, turns left, goes back up to Southgate and back out onto Mayor McGrath Drive. I guess the installation of a traffic circle at Southgate and Cooley Creek Boulevard, again, the expenditure just to turn a bus around to get back to Mayor McGrath, it just doesn't make intuitive infrastructure sense to me. I don't run transit, I don't run infrastructure. I recognize and appreciate and respect the information provided to council, but to me, this is something that, as some of you have identified, it's about ridership in and out of the power centers down there. Is there something we could be doing differently than spending $1 million on another traffic circle? I may be arguing more as to why you should be voting against, Southgate, but it's my logic or reasoning for pulling it out of the motion.
Thank you. Any debate on the motion to divide? Seeing none, I'll ask Councillor Kaufman to close. Oh, Councillor Miyashiro?
That's fine. Go ahead.
Councillor Carlson?
Thanks, Mayor Stern. I appreciate the commentary and thoughts by my colleague, who I know has a lot more experience in that area of town than I do. I won't be supporting pulling this out of the group. My intention was to fund a portion of the ask and allow the administration to best use those dollars as they see fit for this group of projects. Removing one sort of damages that thought pattern of mine. So I appreciate the information, but I will be voting to keep this in the group.
Okay.
So, Mayor Spearman, I will give my debate after all,
okay.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So I will support this, and I believe that listening to the explanation about this hub, and it's less of a hub and more of a turnaround. I believe at some point that land can be used for a full hub and not just as a turnaround. And I think the mover is correct that to spend this amount of money on a turnaround is something that we can look at as a transportation project at some point versus a transit project. So I won't support this, or I will support this.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? I'll ask Councillor Kaufman to close, please.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Call the question.
Okay, question's been called. Because there will be dissenting votes, I will ask for a roll call vote on the amendment.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
I'm sorry, in favor. I'm sorry, I'm in favor of this. Sorry.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Carries 7-1.
Okay, so City Hub will be separated. The City Hub Southgate will be separated, and the motion will be amended to include the other three projects. We're now back to the main motion, which will include three of the City Hub proposals. The proposal on page 25, the proposal on page 27, and the proposal on page 28. Okay, back to the main motion. Any further questions? Okay, we'll move to debate. Councillor Carlson?
I'll close, Your Worship.
Okay, any councillors wish to debate this motion? Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I really appreciate the debate that's we've had here today, and I really appreciate Mr. Sanderson's willingness to compromise, and I think this is a good compromise. It helps us to get started on the project, to get some things done, and perhaps there will be some federal and provincial money that can come in and help us out with this. So I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? I too will be supporting. I believe it's important to invest in transit infrastructure. I think there may be additional funds available. I'd like to remind council that when we built the downtown park and ride, we built that for 25 cents on the dollar with funding coming from federal and provincial sources. So those funds are always a possibility, but not guaranteed. But I think making a commitment, putting projects on the books allows us to apply for additional funding that could apply to this project. So I will be supporting it. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Although I like the intent of this, and I do think that this is something we need to look for and look at in the future, at this particular time, I just can't support it based on, again, possible funding, possible, and maybes, and so for that reason, I can't support it.
Any further debate? I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Call the vote.
Question's been called. Because there will be dissent, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Carries 7 to 1.
Thank you. So we've now, we severed
Your Worship.
20,
Page 26.
we'll move on to Southgate. It was severed from the motion, so we're on 26. So the motion from Councillor Carlson is, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D, Community Project, City Hub, Southgate, as identified on page 26 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm going to suggest that we, if we defeat this, it leaves our CIP. If we amend it to be unfunded in, I think Ms. Pinkston would probably suggest 2026 or 27. That way it stays on the list as a priority, but it's unfunded at this time.
Okay, I think Councillor Kaufman had indicated previously he had no issues if this project moved to the right. I don't know if Councillor Kaufman's prepared to make an amendment to move the funding in 2022 to 2026 or beyond.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I was hearing the mover, Councillor Carlson, or Deputy Chair Carlson, making that motion. I would second that.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, so it would be moved to 2026 with the source of the funding being undetermined funding as the amendment. Be it resolved that the funding outlined on page 26 in year 2022 be moved to 2026 with the source of the funding being undetermined. Is that resolution acceptable to the mover and the seconder?
I believe that makes sense. Jeffrey?
That makes sense to me.
Okay.
Jeff?
Okay. Mr. Sanderson, the transit manager, had said that he also could work with transportation on alternates, so that could occur. Okay. Council's clear on the amendment. Any discussion of the amendment, Councillor Kaufman?
I think it's fairly straightforward. Just ask members of Economic SPC to support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that sounds like debate. I don't want to jump through any hoops here. Any further debate?
Just that I'd ask for my colleagues' support. It keeps it on the books should funding materialize or alternate funding sources appear, but it is unfunded at this time, so I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you. That sounds like close. All in favor? Are any opposed? It sounds like none. That is unanimous. Thank you. So that was the amendment. We'll now go to the main motion. So we simply moved the amendment underneath the main motion. Councillor Carlson?
I've got nothing further, Your Worship, if others wish to debate.
Any further questions? Any further debate? So all in favor of the motion, and I will then ask, are there any opposed? So I'm in favor. It sounds like none are opposed. That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we've now got to on page 29. Transit Terminal, NMAX Center.
We should do the same with these two, eh?
I believe they're already outside of the funding window.
That's right. They're in what's on page 29 is in 2027, as is the project on page 30. So neither one of these are in the immediate funding window.
Mayor Sperman, I would group them together if my colleagues would permit to leave them on the books.
Okay.
Unfunded.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we don't want to rush through the CIP too quickly. Want to make sure each and every project gets the debate it needs.
If there's anyone opposed to grouping those, I'm okay with discussing them separately.
Okay, I am in favor of treating them together. They would get debated at a future CIP. So as the seconder, I support the amendment brought forward by the mover. Is there any discussion from council? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Sperman. I appreciate these being brought forward for council consideration to put into the CIP. They are outside of our funded window, so they will be continued to work on, or continue to be worked on, continue to be looked at, and if they're still relevant, they'll come forward for future council should funding be available.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any debate? There's none. I'll take that as your close as well, Councillor Carlson.
Yep.
Okay.
Call for the vote.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor, and I'll say, are there any opposed? Okay, there are none. So that too is unanimous to move these two. Okay. Okay, so now we're on page 31. I'd like to thank the folks from our transit department for the information as we move on from transit projects into other community projects. Thank you.
Want to go back to new facilities, page 20, Crossings Branch?
Crossings Branch expansion and enhancement. Okay, library. Okay, yep, page 20, sorry. So we don't miss anything. Thank you to the city clerk.
Mayor Sperman, I'll just, while we're setting this up, ensure that we have, if there are going to be questions from council, do we have folks comfortable to answer those questions?
People from the library online?
Online yet, so I will send her a note.
While we're waiting for the library staff, maybe this is a good time to have the spreadsheet shown on the screen of available funding.
Is there any left?
Make sure nothing disappeared overnight. Yep.
Mayor Spearman, you'll see on the screen the available funding at this point is $23.9 million. I would like to add that we've been digging into the announcements about the federal gas tax, comments from the province about it doubling, or from the feds about it doubling. And so we, based on all of the information that we've gathered, we received another email from AUMA stating that again. So I feel like based on the information that we've gathered, it would be safe to add an additional $6 million to this available amount. And just with the caveat that it hasn't been voted through Parliament yet, so it's not 100% guaranteed, but given the information that we've received in our source in terms of contact, feel that it's fairly safe to add that at this point in time.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. Thanks, Ms. Pinkson. Was that just everything I found was that they were confirming 1 year of doubling? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's correct. It would just be for 1 year. My concern was that we received a doubling amount in, I believe it was the 2019-2020 provincial year end. And so my concern was that they often reference decisions that previously happened, and I just was hesitant to add it too soon without kind of additional information. But based on the conversations we've had, this is an additional doubling for 1 year, which would be approximately an additional $6 million. So that would mean that the available is now 29.9.
And I appreciate that. We've done a lot of lobbying, and so have our provincial and federal organizations done the lobbying on our behalf. Is it wise to put it in before the vote actually happens?
Based on all of the information we've seen, everyone is optimistic. If council doesn't want to include that at this point in time, that's fine. We can not include it. I just wanted to give the information for economic.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Yeah, it is helpful, and the federal budget is up for consideration, and it's just when those dollars would fall precisely, when they would be allocated. So as long as they're part of the current federal budget that's been announced, that's great. I think council does have to look at that as with some caution. There has been some mixed messages from the federal government about expanding the applicability, if you like, the types of grants that could be considered for federal gas funding. So we just want to get further clarification down the road. Yep. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Pinkson, for the chart and the information here. Just out of curiosity, in terms of process, are we stewarding the project for École de Vélandry? Or are they doing that project on their own?
They're looking for a funding contribution, but
yeah, Yeah, the reason I ask, if you scroll to that one, please, if you show it on the CI page number, the project where it says economic SPC decisions, if you can scroll to that, please. Yeah, there it is right there. Thank you, 46. If you see it says 2.387 million, and I recognize we're talking about project costs, I ask if we're stewarding it because our contribution is only $500,000. And I'm assuming that the 2.387 is included in totals, is it not? Have I misinterpreted?
The available is not reduced, is only reduced by the city's contribution of 500,000. We could change the sheet if that's council's desire to only show the 500,000. I would assume that they are stewarding it because that is typically how it works with the schools. But I don't know if there's anyone on, oh, it looks like Mr. Harper's there.
Yes, thank you. My understanding is that they will be stewarding that project themselves. They have not indicated that they would require the city's assistance for that.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just wondering if that one should just at least be amended to show $500,000. Again, maybe the question needs to be: is this just a live exercise for us right now? This information's not going anywhere beyond this broadcast.
This is a summary just tracking the decisions that Economic SPC has made to date.
Okay.
Currently the sheet does show the 2.387, but the community group is funding 1.887. So if council or Economic wishes for us to show that differently, that we can amend the sheet to just show the 500, but currently it shows the community group contributing 1.887, and then assuming this decision is approved by council, then we would show a funding source of 500,000 from our available funding. In the unrestricted funding graph that you see, that only is drawing down the 500. It is not drawing down the full 2.387 million.
Okay, and so the big, huge red trunk in 2026, 2029 is the entirety of the cost for the Performing Arts Center. It does not recognize that Economic SPC is recommending a $75 million cap of city spending.
That's correct. So at this point, the sheet is the total, and the graph related to the local government fiscal framework is essentially undetermined funding, because we don't know kind of those decisions have, based on what Economic has directed, is not would not be approved by City Council. If all of the decisions to date have been brought forward to City Council, anything that's in that local government fiscal framework would have to come back for additional decisions of City Council.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pinkston. Thank you, Ms. Rivera.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And just a question to the City Treasurer, or maybe more of a comment regarding the $6 million possible funding and that level of I think what we had said, that's it's probably a very good chance any communication we've got, but still uncertainty. It's not 100%, and I'm just uncomfortable with possibly allocating different projects to that if we don't have surety. And I know that 99.9 is very sure, but not not complete. There's still a level of uncertainty there. So I would prefer to not have that included, but that is my opinion.
If that's the will of council or Economic for us to pull that out, we can certainly do that. I would say that available funding is rarely 100% guaranteed. It includes, it's based on many assumptions, like the federal gas tax grant will continue, and we're hopeful that it will. So just to kind of give, I don't know if that makes it better or worse, Councillor Higgin, but yeah. There is certainly, it's not 100% guaranteed that dollar value in there. So if there was issues in the future, we would have to come back for council's decisions if something didn't come to fruition.
and I do appreciate that. I just feel more of a level of comfort to have that in addition to a resolution that Councillor Carlson brought up earlier with the $10 million being in there, and if this money does come in, we still have projects that are continually out there wanting to be done, and we could actually allocate it at that time. Maybe it's just me, but that's what I feel.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. I share Councillor Higgins' thoughts, concerns, etc. I'm a fairly conservative, risk-averse guy, but it's rare that I'm more risk-averse than the city treasurer. I just wonder, last CIP, I believe it was last CIP, we had something we kept calling MSI2 or Son of MSI, I can't remember. And it was basically a separate pot of money that basically we did allocate, but we were very clear that there was an asterisk or whatever, should funding become available, or should the funding material, I can't recall what it was, how we clarified it. Is it onerous in your world to have a separate funding line like that? Because we could allocate it, but I think we need to be clear that this is based on a budget that has not been approved yet. And so we could allocate it, but it's not set in stone. Does that make sense?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson. Yeah, that's essentially what that red graph is showing you right now. That that over allocation includes the Performing Arts Center, the fire station construction, and the hubs, the Southgate hub. So that is essentially what is being kind of modeled in that second graph, which is showing the over allocation. So anything that's in there it would, assuming what the decisions that Economic have made to date get approved by City Council, anything in that kind of undetermined funding or is in that category. If Council wanted to break that down further and clarify in each resolution if it wants to show up as undetermined funding or some MSI 2.0, it essentially is the same thing, but we could certainly adjust that if there's a different way that Council wants or Economic wants that displayed.
And no, I understand that, Ms. Pinkston. I was thinking an FGFT or FGTF 2.0 was my thoughts. But if most of my colleagues are comfortable with that, I'm fairly comfortable, just a bit risk averse there. Further question, I think you answered to Councillor Kaufman that the full 111 million for the performing arts was in 2026. I thought we had just put the 75.
So in this instance, it's just showing up in the red section. So that's just the total project is 111, and we'll just have to amend. We would just include a comment in the bottom of the CIP sheet that said that, assuming this all gets approved by City Council, that based on the wording, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank what the exact wording was, but we would include that as a comment at the bottom of the sheet saying that Council would support up to 75 or whatever the wording was. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering it off the top of my head, but the total project is what's showing up on the sheet as undetermined funding at this point in time.
Gotcha. As long as that 75 is captured somewhere. Thank you.
Absolutely, yep. Councillor Carlson, if I just might add, if it is the desire of Economic, we can just pull that 6 million out. I would just either recommend it's included or it's not. It's really not kind of related to a replacement grant funding, so it would just be that we would have some unanticipated additional funding in the future if Council didn't want to include it in the available funding in the first 4-year window there on the graph. So I will leave that up to Economic to decide.
As will I. I've gotten more comfortable as the discussion has gone on, but I thought I'd make a suggestion, but I'm comfortable.
Okay, anybody else?
Mayor Spearman, Councillor Kaufman.
Go ahead.
I think Councillor Miyashiro and I are in line. Sorry, Ms. Pinkston, and I think maybe what I'm hearing from others, we're kind of all working to the same point here. When it says economic SPC decisions, and you look at something like number 18, fire station number 3, we didn't approve $27 million. I recognize that it's the continuation of the project. École Vérandré, we didn't approve 2.38. Electric bus and charging, we didn't approve 37 for this cycle, and maybe that's just where some of the confusion is arising. And again, it may just be me. It would be nice to see what we actually approved as opposed to the entire project, because if you look at the sheet, it looks like we have approved that we made a decision on Performing Arts Center for 111 million. Again, I'll sort of state it. This is kind of irrelevant. I think I know what we've approved, but looking at this document, it just provides that uncertainty. The key figure is we've got $29.9 million left. So I'm going to go start making lunch.
Okay. Yeah, I think I agree that it looks like we've approved things that we haven't. So I'm a bit concerned about it saying decisions. Yeah.
Right. So Mayor Spearman.
The challenge, if I may, Mayor Spearman, sorry.
Yeah.
So the challenge is that council is making decisions outside of the 4-year window, like pushing Southgate to the 10-year plan. So this is looking at the 10-year plan CIP, and so we can try and adapt this information, although I'm not going to guarantee that we can do that on the fly. That's a bit tricky, but we'll try and get the numbers exactly what's improved in the 4-year window, but keeping in mind that council's looking, or economics looking at a 10-year plan, which will have, dollars in all of those years, not just in the first 4-year window, which is why we break it out into the buckets. And the crucial column on this is under the graph that says unrestricted funding and shows the available left of 29 or 23, depending on if economic wants that 3 million in or out. And we'll try and add another column, but just keeping in mind that this is a 10-year plan and there's decisions being made throughout that 10-year plan, not just in the first 4-year window.
So the confusion arises with something like the fire station project. So I didn't see council commit in any way to 27 million. We committed to 4 million to study the project because we don't understand why fire stations are suddenly going from 10 million to 27 million. So this implies that we've accepted 27 million as the total expenditure, but we've only committed to 4 million in the first 4 years with no commitment beyond the 4 years. This implies that we're agreeing to 27 million in total when we haven't done that.
So I would have to go back to the resolution, but it would assume that the other information was pushed outside the approval window. So I will try and adjust this. There's been lots of decisions on the fly that we're trying to accommodate as we go, and we're doing our best.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councillor Miyashiro?
Yeah, no, I agree with what Ms. Pinkston's saying. We asked this question a couple of days ago as well. Although it might not affect the bar graphs, Ms. Pinkston, I think maybe council might have comfortability with just adding another line in your spreadsheet, another column saying 4-year funding or this funding window or something. We do know what you're saying. The most important parts, I think, for us are the bar graphs in this period from 2022 to 2031. Is there just a way, just because then those columns don't have to actually add up to anything in those other bars? It can just be for council's comfortability and illustration to say that that first 4-year funding or whatever you want to put it in that first part is X hundreds of thousands and the gym is X hundreds of thousands. And if that would suit the rest of council, that might be just the easiest way, that it's just a number that's not connected to all of these, because I understand totally what you're saying, and I think council does too. They just like it illustrated differently. But we wouldn't want to mess up your spreadsheet either.
We will try to adapt it.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you. Not the dog pile, but yeah, I'm glad that hopefully Haley, Ms. Pixon, you can clarify that, because if someone was to take a snapshot and see that right there, for example, the media or wherever, it would totally be taken out of context. So I'm glad you're going to find a way, but I also understand that we're doing this on the fly. Can you do one favor for me on that sheet? Can you scroll down? Are we at the city hubs? Is this the last one so far? So there isn't anything underneath that city hubs, is there? That's going to be the next one's coming up. But am I correct? Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Pixon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah. Good. Okay, they will, Ms. Pinkston and her team will work on that to get, maybe try to provide additional clarification so it doesn't appear to be misleading. I think that's fine. Do we have someone from the library on the line now?
Yes, Your Worship. Ms. Plato is on the line.
Good. We're ready to discuss page 20, new facilities, crossings branch, expansion and enhancement. So if we can have the resolution on the screen, please. Moved by Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Plan Program to include the following Section D community project, Crossings Branch Expansion and Enhancement, as identified on page 20 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll open it up to questions from my colleagues and thank Ms. Plato for joining us.
Okay, thank you. So are there questions for Ms. Plato on the proposal to expand the Crossings branch as proposed? Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question for Ms. Plato about the construction. So when you say it's on our sheet, it says prior construction was $187,000. Was that the one that we approved? I can't remember when we approved the last CIP, I guess.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Miyashiro. That was the HVAC portion of the project that was approved last CIP, and that piece has been completed.
Okay, and was there not a community room build either, or was that?
No, it was just the HVAC portion of the project that was approved.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just a question for Ms. Pinkson. It's my understanding that there's some operational savings. I know that we're into capital, but operational savings with the library throughout this pandemic. Do we have a number on that? Or Ms. Plato, maybe you can answer that. I'm not sure who could answer that question for me.
Ms. Pinkson can probably give you a clearer answer. Our 2020, we did have a surplus in 2020 of 200 and some thousand. Pardon me, I don't have the exact number on me, but it was a little over 200,000 from 2020 from being closed for much of the year.
Okay, and is there any realizing of savings here this year still with it, or is it that'll be future, I guess, but are you seeing any savings?
We are still closed to the public, so we are definitely seeing savings right now. Of course, it's very early in the year to be able to predict what that is going to look like, but by the end of the year. But because we are still closed to the public, yes, we're certainly seeing some operational savings this year as well.
All right, and a question for Ms. Pinkston. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Plato. Question I have is, I know these are two different budgets, operating and capital. have we ever in the past used some of the savings from operational to be applied to projects like this? And I guess what's happening in my head is I'm looking at a dollar amount, I'm adding up what I've been told regarding some savings. So understanding that, of course, the library, I think, sees roughly $7 million a year of tax from taxation. So I'm just wondering if one could, I don't know how to put this, Peter to Paul or whatever, to try to cancel this out. Has that ever been done, or is it something that a council would have to make a resolution to change?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Higgin, if Economic wanted to put forward a resolution to direct the library to allocate the savings from the current year's operations to this project, I think that's reasonable. Council approves the dollar bucket for the library, and if that amount if they wanted to reduce kind of that amount, I think that's a reasonable thing to do.
Right. And could we we would just change then the funding source then from a BAU, or how is that how we would do that in a resolution? Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would recommend that they just state that any surpluses in 2021 be allocated to fund this project.
Okay, now, so 2021, so can I find out if there's any other BAUs at the library as far as previous to 2021? Do you have that, or I can hop out if you find that information. It'd be great to know what is actually sitting in BAUs for the library.
Yeah, I'll just need just a minute
Yep.
to pull that together.
Totally fine. Thank you very much. I'll hop out, Mayor Spearman. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll move on to other questions until Ms. Pinkston finds the answer. So, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Plato, for being here. You responded to a previous question that the expenditure in the last CIP was for an upgrade in HVAC. Was the system upgraded to a point where it can handle an expansion?
Yes, it was. It was planned so that it could handle this expansion, because the expansion has always been part of the plan for this building. Since it was built, it was always meant for the library to expand into it. So they did include that, is my understanding. Okay, thank you. I also note a slight change in operational savings. In the previous CIP, we hit the $20,000 annual savings a little bit faster than we do in this one. Has there been a restructuring or reorganization that's addressing it differently? Sorry, Councillor Kaufman, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to.
Sorry, looking at the previous CIP, it does have projected net operating costs pushing out to 2024. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll just ponder that myself a little bit differently. Let me rephrase it this way. You've got projected net operating costs, $17,000 starting in 2023, and then eventually going up. Are those net operating costs on staff efficiency, or is it building functional efficiency? What are those based on?
My apologies. I'm still not sure what you're referring to. If you could maybe point me to.
Oh, yeah, sure. No problem. So if you look at the budget sheet, page 20, you see projected net operating costs right at the bottom. It's the middle of the sandwich at the very bottom.
Oh,
there.
yes.
Yeah, and it says 17,000, 18,000, 18,000, 19,000. I'm just curious as to where the operating costs are being captured.
Mayor Spearman, if I may jump in for Councillor Kaufman's questions. So those are estimates of like building maintenance, insurance, life cycle, supplies, those various things. Is that what you're asking, Councillor Kaufman?
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't sure if it was structural or if it was operational in terms of staffing or what that was. So thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Plato.
Also, Mayor Spearman, if I may, for the previous, I believe it was Councillor Higgins' question.
Yes.
The balance at the end of 2020 for the library for BAUs is $282,000. I believe that the board has earmarked the majority of that to fund memberships and fine elimination for 2021. So I think I would still recommend that if council or economic wishes, that the resolution read that the project be funded from surpluses in 2021.
Okay, and so prior to 2020, then there was nothing. So we started off, it was 2021 from what I understand is, or sorry, 2020 is some of that funding, and maybe Ms. Plato can let me know what percentage. Is it like 100% going to be used for that? And I just need some clarification around this because I think it would make a big, well, for me personally, decision going forward.
The amount was not zero in 2019. The balance in 2019 was about 79,000, which related to I'm not sure if Ms. Plato has this in front of her, so if she needs me to help her out, just let me know.
So I guess the main question I think for yourself, Ms. Pinkston, is there's a BAU for the library. Let's take everything that is in that. Doesn't matter what the year is. What is that currently sitting at? And then for me, it would be much easier to understand that this is going to go towards memberships, etc. I would have a total amount, which is BAU in the library fund. Is there a number there that
that's
is readily available?
$282,000. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hagan.
$282,000.
$182,000. $100,000 of that is for memberships. $90,000 of that is for fine elimination for 2021. And there's some strategic planning and succession planning, which is about 60, and then 30,000 for word on the street. So that is based on board decisions has been allocated or designated to specific areas. So that's just why I think it would be recommended that surpluses related to COVID are allocated to this project if that's what economic wishes.
Okay, no, I was just curious to know because some of the things that you had mentioned, I thought that those would be in regular budget items, word on the street, and some of these other things would be part of the budget rather than using BAUs or surpluses for that. So thank you very much for that answer. Appreciate it.
Councillor Hagan, can I, just jump in, just to clarify, the $100,000 for memberships, that actually came from a prior council resolution during the budget deliberations where council asked the board to use BAUs to fund memberships. Because you may remember, yes, so council funded free memberships for 2019 and then asked the board to use BAUs to fund it for the remainder of the budget cycle. So that one is from a previous council resolution. I can explain the word on the street, 30,000, that's a reserve, just the way, well, it's not a reserve, it's a BAU, but it's used as a sort of reserve, just the way the funding for word on the street happens. Sometimes we get the funding after the event and that sort of thing. And then as Ms. Pinkston said, the board made the decision to go fine free, so BAU was put aside to fund that. And also for our strategic planning process, which is underway right now. And actually that funding has already been committed.
Okay, so the strategic planning was not part of the your regular operating. You don't plan for that. You're using the surpluses for that. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's not part of a regular planning. We're required by Alberta legislation to do a strategic plan every 3 to 5 years, and so we're at the 5-year point. So yes, some funding was put aside by the board to fund that this year. So
not from surpluses, but it was actually put aside.
It did come from 2020 surplus and was put into a BAU.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Spearman. Ms. Pinkston, Ms. Plato have clarified a lot of what I was going to try and clarify. So I'll move on. Ms. Plato, the entire project cost is $735,000. The library is already planning on raising 255 of that, correct?
We have the 255 committed, yes.
Excellent. So your ask of the city for the 735 is 480, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And just because there is a bit, because of the legislation and how things happen, if this project is approved, who stewards this project? Is it completely handed over to the library to do, or is it facilities and city within City Hall? I'm just not clear who does the work.
So facilities would basically complete the project in consultation with the library.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any further questions from council? Okay, we'll move on to the resolution. Debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Again, I'll just close.
Okay. I will support this proposal for $480,000 of the 735 as identified. I'm in favor. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I will support this as well. The Crossings branch is an integral part of the west side, and as it's indicated, population of the west side has grown quite exponentially, and this is very much needed for that facility. So I will be supporting the resolution. Thank you.
Councillor Hagan.
That's okay. I put my hand down. Thanks.
Any other councillors wish to debate? Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will support this. Whenever we have one of our projects leveraging other dollars, it makes a lot of sense and way more cost effective. This is something that we put off from the last CIP, and I believe it's necessary to carry on with this project.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors who wish to debate? I see none. Councillor Carlson, please close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Very brief. In the last CIP, we did the groundwork to ensure that this expansion could go forward. I believe the library has come to the table with committing some of their own dollars and fundraising dollars to this. So they've reduced the ask to the city, which is greatly appreciated. And I urge my colleagues to support this. With that, I'll call the vote.
Question has been called. Are any members of council opposed?
Hagan.
Okay, we can do a roll call vote. Thank you.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
And Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Carried 7-1.
Thank you. Okay, it's now time to take a lunch break. It's 4 minutes after 12. We would recess.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, I have to take two boys to get vaccinated at 12. They got their vaccinations at 12:40. So I may be coming in and out of the meeting, but I'm guessing I'll probably be out of there just after 1 o'clock. So if I'm a little late, I apologize, but I'll have earphones in my ears, so I'll try to participate if I can. But if they tell me not to, if I'm not allowed to, just please be notified.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Just a good heads up, Councillor Miyashiro.
Sorry, pardon me?
Pardon?
No, my hand wasn't up from before.
It was before? Okay. All right, we'll recess and restart the meeting at 1:05.
Mayor Spearman, just before we all flee, order of business, are we just going to continue on? I'm trying to look for projects that, similar to how we had to call Miss Plato in. If we can maybe have a list of those projects at some point that would require outside folks joining the meeting, we may be able to devise a schedule to do those, to have those outside people in. But I'll leave that to calmer, cooler, more intelligent heads to figure out.
Okay. Our city clerk assures us that people are aware. Where we've jumped around, we might have created a little bit of confusion, but we're now proceeding from page 21 and 22. And 23, and then we would jump ahead because we dealt with the transit projects. So 20, 21, 22, and 23, and then we would move on to the planning projects.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. See you at 1:05.
Councillor Campbell, we're just doing a sound check. Can you hear us?
I can, yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start with a roll call.
Mayor Spearman, back at the top again. Vice Chair Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Hagan.
Present.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Here.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Present.
And Mayor Spearman.
Present. Okay, thank you. Deputy Clerk, I believe we have some additions to the agenda. These aren't projects, this is information. So
That's
yep.
right, Mayor Spearman. Yes, we neglected to do it this morning. We've got two additions to the agenda. If council would consider them for general consent. Two council inquiries and administrative responses. The first one on the bus replacement and electric bus transition version 2, amended to include funding. And the second one is CIP facility assessment and accessibility upgrades. Council, you received one yesterday and one this morning. So we're just going to add it to the agenda so the public can see it and have it for our historical corporate record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is a motion required?
A general consent, unless anybody objects.
General consent, no motion required unless there's an objection. Simply information being added. Thank you. Okay, we're now at page 21, and we'll have the motion appear on the screen. From Vice Chair Carlson, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project. GALT number 6, Mine Interpretive Park, as identified on page 21 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I believe the total ask in front of us, even though the project is 2.7 million, the total ask is 900,000, I believe, 910,000.
The unfunded portion, yes. Yep.
Yes, thank you. So I'll open it up to my colleagues for questions.
Questions from members of council? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Do we have someone from the project online with us?
Councillor Campbell, it's Doug Hawkins. Either I or Dave Ellis are here to speak to the project.
Just wanted to know, is there any opportunities in the works for recouping any like creating funding, like money, making money on this? That's what I'm trying to say. Like in terms of any admission fees or anything like that, or?
No, I could start. This is a local park, so it's embedded in a near-term phase of Legacy Ridge. So it would be widely accessible without charge to the neighborhood and to the community as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Sperman. Through you to, I guess, Mr. Hawkins or Mr. Ellis. This is more than a traditional local park, correct?
It is, and maybe I can just hand it over to Dave to speak to why it's here and why this is being presented as part of the capital improvement plan.
Thank you. So we have a standing program in parks to partner with development of parks, and generally the developers undertake that at mostly their cost. We undertake to fund them up to a maximum amount, and that helps us create a partnership with them and have a bit of influence into what gets developed. This far exceeds the standard that we have through our service agreements. Typically, we would fund this park to about $90,000. Because of the unique nature of this park, the ask is simply to increase that limit to help partner and construct this park. So it's very different than typical park development. It's not just landscaping. They are trying to recreate a historic story, and that involves restoration and then creating the story so that the celebration of coal mining in our past is told more fully.
Thank you. And this won't be, I mean, aside from the actual historical amenities that are in there, this won't be a typical park because there's many parks in the area already. We've got Legacy, Black Wolf, St. Therese, Victoria Hook. Right next to it is Georgetown. But this will be a natural grassland park.
Thank you, and Mayor Spearman, through the chair. The intent of the park is to be mostly natural and try and recreate maybe some of the historic context of the time when the mine was active.
Excellent. Thank you. And just final question, Your Worship. If City Council does not come up with the 910,000, what happens?
Thank you, and Your Worship, through the chair. The developer of the area would have to make a decision as to how much of the story they tell. Certainly, I would expect or envision that they might scale things back significantly and do a minimal amount of development and probably not tell the complete or fulsome story.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Mr. Ellis, perhaps on that last point, have you received any word from Melcor saying that they would cut back on the development or tell part of the story?
Thank you, and through the chair, they have developed alternate plans that reduce the cost and the development of the areas fairly significantly. In meetings with them, we've discussed that and understand that it tells less of the story and less thoroughly.
And so $90,000 gets the full story, is what you're telling us.
The 900,000 would.
Or sorry, 900,000. Yes, thank you.
That tells the full story.
Thank you. In the verbiage on this one, last paragraph under description, location, it states it should be noted that operational costs for the development of this park are not affected by the City Melcor Development Partnership. Can you just expand upon that, please, as I do see operational costs in the consideration?
Yes, certainly. So our operational costs are mostly salary and staff costs. And the operational costs were calculated based on historic costs, the recent historic costs. So this this size of an addition to our inventory comes with an ask of 0.3 something FTE to help maintain the area.
That's the $19,000 a year in operating costs?
That's correct. And that's based on the size of the area, and regardless of the standard of development, the area stays the same.
Okay, thank you. Is it mostly the hard infrastructure then that the $900,000 is going to accumulate? Or is the $900,000 pay for most of the hard infrastructure that we see, at least in the site plan that you provided?
There are options. The $900,000 would create more of a complete restoration of the features there. There's wind tunnels and tipples and different things associated with mining operations. So the 900,000 would recreate more than simply a room or just storyboards.
Okay, thank you. Just final question, and this maybe gets back to this whole issue of where projects actually fall in the CIP. Apparently, we're embarking on a disc golf course, which I didn't see in a previous CIP. So operational decision, I understand that, I get that. Whereas this is something that's coming to council. Why would how do we consider the two projects as being, one is in a CIP and one is just an operational decision?
Thank you. And the disc golf course actually did come through City Council in the form of city grant approval last June. And the disc golf club has undertaken to raise mostly the balance of the funds to create that course. So they'll be donating that to the area, to the public facility. So it's really not a capital cost to the city.
Okay, that's good. That's good for the public to know. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I see none. We could move on to debate. You see the resolution on the screen. Pretty standard resolution. And the page sheet indicates the city's portion is 910,000. So, Councillor Higgin, is this debate or question?
This is debate.
Thank you.
Are we?
I think we'll just assume that Councillor Carlson has opened, and go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is a fantastic project. I really like what it's going to do as far as the history, etc. of the mine, Galt Mine number 6. The concern I have is looking at the current economic times, and I think we all know what we're in right now, and hearing the fact that this would still continue forward. It may be downsized a little bit, and personally myself, I am okay with that, and saving those funds for a later time, that when this funding does come available, and we might be able to find it from other levels of government as well. So the minimal development can happen and would happen by the sounds of it, and we could adjust this later with additional funding. And so with that, I would maybe it's just put through an amendment to this to push off this funding till 2026. If I'm okay to add that amendment, I don't know if anyone would second it. If not, I'll leave that as my debate.
Okay, is there a seconder to move the funding to 2026?
Councillor Kaufman.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Kaufman. Okay, debate on the amendment.
I have a question on the amendment, Your Worship, if I can.
Go ahead.
I'm just, if somebody maybe through you to administration can answer, putting off the funding, is this something that could be done? So I guess Melcor would complete the park, and then in 2026, if council wanted to, they could use the 900,000 at their discretion to put the amenities in, or does that mean there's going to be throwaway costs? I'm just not sure how that would work.
Yeah, maybe I could assist with that, Councillor Carlson. I think that is problematic. The developer is optimistic that this construction will happen within the next 2 years, and their obligations typically under a service agreement with us is to complete the work as part of a service agreement, as part of an agreement, an overall development of that particular phase. In fact, they are motivated to complete a park as part of that next phase in Legacy Ridge. And it is a bit of an all or nothing scenario. If they choose to scale back, as I understand it, and Mr. Ellis can chime in as well, is that the opportunity to invest later is actually lost, because it's a question of are you going to restore or are you going to scale back and remove what is ostensibly quite dangerous stuff, items there right now, and to bring them into a safe condition. And so that is part of the challenge we've had when we've talked to the developers to this point, and why we came forward with the fulsome request to restore and interpret in a full fashion. I think it's more of a case, if you choose not to approve this, then it will get scaled back and no further investment will be possible. But I'll just make sure that I'm not speaking out of term. Dave, is that your impression as well?
That's my understanding. Melcor has said that they're willing to spread the payment out over a few years, but I think it would require a commitment to honor the development.
So our advice on this suggested placeholder, if you will, unfunded placeholder, is I believe will be impractical, and so it's either funded now or not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? I see
no, I'm in for debate.
There's people in the queue, but I don't know if people are in for debate or for questions. Councillor Kaufman?
Yeah, I'm in for questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So let me get this straight, Mr. Hawkins. We do it now, or we don't do it at all because we can't go back in later?
Yeah, that's probably the best way to characterize it. Yeah. Yes, Councillor Cobb.
We can't add a park feature after the fact.
What's being contemplated is quite an extensive restoration, and that's why it's the investment that's being proposed. The partial completion actually makes that restoration a moot point, because in order to secure the site and do scale it back, you're going to remove a bunch of the elements that would have typically been dealt with and restored in the first instance. I think that's my understanding of what's in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay. Acting Mayor Croson, question or debate?
I am debate, thank you.
Councillor Miyashiro, question or debate?
Debate.
Okay, I believe we're out of questions. Councillor Carlson, question or debate?
Debate, Your Worship.
Okay, we'll continue with debate. So this is debate on the amendment. Councillor Hagan has opened with his amendment. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will be voting against this amendment. If we do this, if we think we can do this later, we'll actually lose the cost sharing that has been part of this sheet. And the only way we would achieve this is if we put in the full amount. And as Mr. Hawkins said, we also risk the fact that we might lose some of those historic elements. This is actually a municipally designated historic site that we're talking about. And there are pieces there that have to be protected in such a way to maintain them, etc., to be part of the park. And so I think we have this window of opportunity, and I would hate to see this lost, not to get the park we could have if we push this back. So I will be voting against the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
I too will be voting against the amendment. One of the things that we're talking about is economic stimulation. There's a residential development that's going up around this park, and the way to get people working and to stimulate lot sales is to build this amenity. If we want to keep the building industry going, as we've talked about wanting to do, we get this park underway, more people will be interested in moving to that neighborhood, more houses will be built. So I will not be in favor of this being moved out to 2026.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. I too won't be supporting the amendment. I think it's up to council to either decide to have this interpretive park with the features that are on site or not. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Okay, any further debate? Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add on to that, I think if we don't do it, we're going to lose out on the cost sharing. This has been something that in the community has been talked about in the community for a long time. And for that reason alone, I will not be supporting the amendment, and hopefully the original does go through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Parker. Okay, so continuing, I see Acting Mayor Croson is back in the queue. You've already debated once.
I'm going to assume, since what people said, that this is not going to go forward, this amendment. So I'm still in the queue for debate on the original motion.
Okay, that's what. Okay, thank you. I too won't support the deferral. I think when there's an opportunity to partner with the private sector and they're paying 2/3 the cost, I think that's an opportunity for the city and a great opportunity to support private investment and additional housing in the area that would be stimulated as a result of having an attraction. So I believe it's an economic catalyst, and for that reason, I don't want to risk it and won't support the amendment. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councillor Higgin to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I don't know if I'm listening to the exact same resolution, but I'm a little confused, but I see where this is going. We talk about losing the cost sharing, and I 100% agree with spending pennies on the dollar to get projects completed. But I'd heard earlier, and I'm going to have to go back and I guess watch the tape, because I thought that this project would continue forward. We were told by Mr. Ellis that it would be scaled back. And then it switched. I'm all over the map, but yeah, I'll just call for the vote. I know where this is going. Bye.
Thank you. Question has been called. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
In favor.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell,
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman,
Opposed?
and Vice Chair Carlson.
Opposed.
2 to 6, that's lost.
Okay, so the original motion stays as is. I think we've had some discussion on the original motion, but I will ask if there's any further questions. Okay, so Councillor Carlson, opening debate.
I'll just close, Your Worship.
Okay, Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As I mentioned in the earlier debate, this is a municipally historically designated site, and we have the opportunity here to have it come to us when it does come to us in the best possible way. This will be telling the story of the coal mining, and this will be an interpretive site if we go ahead with this project. And as I was thinking about this project, a few years ago, and well, a few years ago would have been a decade ago, I had a phone call from somebody in Florida who was creating a tourism map across North America. And she wanted to include on that map that little coal mining kiosk that we have in the River Valley. I mean, just that tiny little building, because she thought that was such a vital story to tell for people who were, leaving Florida and planning to drive, in that case, all the way up to Alaska. And I'm thinking, if we can actually do what we are thinking about with Galt 6 Park, what Melcor and the city are planning here, this will be an amazing site. It will have the interpretation of the coal mining history. It will have that ability for tourism, but it'll also be a site there that actually is for the community, for all of Lethbridge as well. And if you've been to the site, there are some vital portions of the old mine structure left, and this would incorporate that, would go further. So we could have a very basic community park, or we could have something with our contribution that would make it a much more important and exhilarating place. The other thing I also want to make sure we mention, this is a designated site, and I know there are ongoing operating costs, etc., but as a designated site, we can always look for matching grants from the province on this site as well, so that could offset some of the ongoing operating costs or some of the ongoing rehabilitation work, etc., that might have to be done. And so I think we have a great opportunity here. We do not have many of these sort of sites left, and this one, as I said, is a designated site that we can add some funding to and get an incredible park from. Thank you.
Thank you. Saw Councillor Parker in the queue. He seems to have disappeared. Councillor Parker, did you?
No, I forgot to lower my hand, Mr. Mayor, but I will use this opportunity. I'm just driving home from getting vaccines for my kids, so just a plug for vaccines. But I was just, my kids were asking because they're on speakerphone. They go, Dad, you gotta for sure vote for that one. So I got my kids support as well as they point to it as we drive down the hill. So I will for sure be supporting this, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Yay, Mr. Parker's kids. Thank you, Your Worship. I think so often we don't pat ourselves on the back, or not necessarily do that, but we don't embrace our history. People know that we started as a coal mining town, but this is an opportunity to really expand on the history. I know we've got some of it down in the river bottom, but this is a really great opportunity to show where we came from and to embrace it. And as Councillor Croson said, people from Florida are saying, well, can we include this on our trip? And I think it is a stimulus project. The funding is reasonable. I wholeheartedly support the endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will give my support to this resolution. Years and years ago, when I had relatives living in Harderville, we used to actually go and play around the old mine site when the school actually used to be just north of the mine site. So if you can imagine having built a school right on a mine site with semi-open shafts, it brings it home to how close the coal mining industry was to the people of Lethbridge. This will be a great addition to not just the north side, but to the city. And as Councillor Croson said, it adds another piece of history that people can live and they can understand a lot better.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I do appreciate all the comments from my colleagues, especially Councillor Parker's kids. I hope you stay in the room with Dad for the rest of the day. Give good advice. Your Worship, talking about kids really reminded me. I've got some, what are they called, great or grand nephews in town now. And my sister and her family have taken lots of time to travel the city, looking at the new, not theme parks, but themed parks that we've installed over the years. And every time they visit them, they phone me to rave about the enjoyment. So it was really pleased to hear Councillor Parker's kids pipe in, because these things are exciting and they're interesting. Long gone are the days where we'd throw up a pair of monkey bars and call it a park. These are interesting. They do celebrate the community. They celebrate our history. I think this one will go even further, and I'm very excited to support this project. With that, I'll call the vote.
Okay, question has been called. We'll have a roll call vote.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor?
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Carries 6-2.
Okay, we'll move on to page 22. School gymnasium upsize. Resolution is now on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project: school gymnasium upsize as identified on page 22 of the community projects unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I'll open it up for any questions.
Questions from councillors?
Hagan.
Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And I do have a question, and I see that Robin Harper just popped on there. So if I could ask Robin Harper a question. We spoke a little bit about this on a previous school gymnasium upsize. And some of the comments and concerns that were shared at that time was regarding the ability to book this as community members, being the taxpayers that have paid for this upsizing. And I'm just curious to know, is there a way that we could have regular reporting with these numbers as far as how well utilized this joint school use agreement is?
Councillor Hagan, yes, we can implement some regular reporting, whether you want it quarterly or however frequent you would like it. We do track, obviously, the usage as it comes in, so we can put together reports for the various schools and the usage.
Great, I appreciate that, and it's just if it's either to debunk or to people that have the concerns out there, I think that would just show a level of transparency to show that yes, actually these are being used, and here's the hours that we've had. Because I was quite actually amazed at what I'd heard during the last upsizing questions, and I think that's something important that the community knows. So to have that come forward would be fantastic, and maybe I will bring a resolution forward in council to do that. But thank you very much, Mr. Harper. I appreciate that answer.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harper, you gave us some data the other day on gym usage and how many hours were booked in different years. In the 3,600 hours that you said were booked in School District 51 in 2019, that's over all the schools. Is that correct?
That's correct. All the schools that are included in the joint use, that would incorporate that report and number would incorporate those. There are schools that offer a little bit less on average, but then there's other schools that offer a little bit more on average. So and it balances out
15
as far as
schools,
usage goes.
18 schools. Do you know how many exactly there are?
I can just give me a second here, and I will pull up the list.
Well, if we're looking at 4,500, so if we're looking at 4,500 hours over both school districts, really it doesn't work out to a lot of hours per school per year, right? I think the number that you said you guys book, you're contracted with them is around 200 hours a year or something, 250 hours a year.
No, the usage for School District 51, as stated in the agreement, they're required to give us 42 hours per week. If you base that over the 32 bookable weeks available outside of summer holidays, et cetera, that works out to 1,344 hours required for community access. We actually used 3,622 hours in 2019.
Right. Over all the schools, though.
Not all. I'll just count the number of schools from District 51 here. If you just give me a moment.
Okay. I guess my point is, and I struggle with this one because when I look at the low hours of usage in terms of almost $1 million every time that we're building gyms, and in the last few years we've upsized four or five gyms in the city, and it doesn't sound like the return on investment and even the return on social investment for the city and our citizens is that great. Versus what we've talked about is look at bundling a whole bunch of these dollars together and building a public use gymnasium or fitness facility or whatever you want to call it. So I guess the question I have to you is it really worth it for us to keep upsizing these gyms?
Just to respond to your first question, Councillor Miyashiro, there are currently 17 schools for District 51 for that response. We have, according to the records I have, since 2015, we've contributed to 4 schools since 2015.
Right.
Now, as far as whether it's worth it or not, for the $850,000, it does provide an additional space to the community groups. The other thing that I think we have to keep in mind that with this financial commitment, there are no ongoing maintenance costs to the city, and there are no ongoing life cycle costs associated with that structure as well.
So the school districts take on all that themselves.
Exactly. Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question I do, and I echo all the same questions and concerns as Councillor Miyashiro, is, I don't know if this is weird, but there's a program called Blast, and it's an after-school program. Is that incorporated in any of those hours? Is that something completely separated within those schools?
My understanding that would be is separate.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Harper. Maybe this is a different way of approaching the same question, recognizing that this is undetermined funding. This $850,000 could go to basically anything that's in our CIP, correct?
Yeah, that's council's opportunity to make the decision on that.
Yeah, so thank you. So it's basically a decision of resource allocation. And if council feels at the moment that we have upside schools and not necessarily reaping the benefit of it, this $850,000 is not coming from a specific grant or anything. We could simply defeat this motion and reallocate the funds to a different project, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Are there any further questions from members of council? Councillor Higgins.
Mayor Spearman, thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just a question for Mr. Harper, and I don't know if you can get this right away. If not, it's not totally important. You can get it to me later, but with 17 schools, do you have a total hours used over those 17 schools? Not for each one, for example, but do you have a broad number of X amount of hours over all of the schools?
For
That wasn't the
both
number
school
you...
districts, or just SD 51?
I would like to have both if I could, just to be able to figure out how many hours are actually able to be booked by our community and those citizens.
I do have the numbers as far as what has been booked. The last realistic numbers that we would have had would have been in 2019, as 2020 was basically shut down. We have looks like 4,522 hours of total time booked by the community groups in 2019.
4522, and that's not just 17 schools. Is that both school divisions?
That's both school divisions. School division number 4 was a total of 900 hours used or booked. School district 51 was a total of 3,622 hours booked.
So total, and that's 17 schools combined, is that correct?
No, the 17 schools was just SD 51. If you just give me a moment, I will count the SD 4 schools.
Thank you.
There's 9 currently that are listed in the joint use agreement.
So 26 we have then, correct? Over the 2.
17 and 9, correct, yes.
Yeah. So with 26, I'm glad they're both for our maths okay. It's getting later in the day, but so when I divide that out, and and to Councillor Miyashiro's point here, I divide it out and I get 173 hours if my calculator is serving me correctly. 173 hours a year per school. And I know some use more, some use less, and so if there's 4,522 hours, that wasn't 45,000, it's 4,522, right? 4,522.
Correct.
Comes to 173 hours, and so that's perplexing for me. This is the concern I think that some of us have, or at least I'll speak for myself that I have, because if we're given how many a week, we're supposed to be 20 to 30 hours, or how many hours a week was it to be?
SD4 works out to 24 hours of use per week. SD51 is 42 hours of use per week.
Okay, so taking that number divided out, we're actually using 7 weeks of the year would actually, fit that number. So, yeah, this is confusing, but I'll tell you what, I really like the idea that I asked you about earlier to have regular reporting, because it's something that we could give out. So with that, I'm done with questions, but I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson?
I'll close, Your Worship.
Okay. I will support the program. As a former school board trustee, I think there were efforts a lot of the time to support community use. I think the challenge, not all schools are suitable for use. There was 9 schools in Lethbridge listed under school district number 4, but some of those, like St. Mary's School, very difficult for community use, where other ones, and that would be an older gym, by the way, the more modern schools and the modern gyms would be used more extensively. So there's some quirks to the hours, but I think there is a commitment to make the school gyms available, and I think in total, it's cheaper than if the city of Lethbridge actually built standalone gyms. So the gym capacities are accessed. They're in neighborhoods. It's great to have use by neighborhood groups using gyms in areas that are accessible to them. They don't have to go across the city or anywhere to a community location. So it is a program that's existed since 1959. And served our community well, so I will support this expansion, this particular project for another gym. Next, anybody else like to debate?
I'm in, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and it's tough to pick, I guess, winners or losers. Just yesterday we went through one, and we obviously expanded, and we had our debate on that and the reasons for it. And you know what, I like the idea, and something that really sticks in my mind is a comment that Mr. Harper made about the maintenance of this, the staffing and the maintenance, which I think is really important that we understand that the city is not paying for the custodians, the janitorial services that are going to be done at these facilities, the upkeep, etc. So, you know, that is definitely a bonus. I am somewhat concerned on the amount of hours, but I think if I'm hoping to have a future resolution to come in to have these reports to us on a regular basis, so that we can kind of keep up on this and maybe ask the questions at that time. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this with the hope of reporting back to council with future hours, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to debate? I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
I'll just call for the vote, Your Worship.
Okay, are there any opposed?
Councillor Kaufman.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote.
Councillor Miyashiro. Sorry, we didn't catch that.
Councillor Miyashiro?
Sorry, I had to run out. My dog was barking at something. I'm in favor.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Hagan.
In favor.
Carries 6-2.
Thank you. We'll move on to page 23, new school site development. Okay, here's the resolution. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project, new school site development, as identified on page 23 of the community projects unfunded section. City Treasurer?
Mayor Spearman, for this project, in the past, this has been funded as a developer contribution split with subdivision surplus, so just putting that forward as an option for economic to consider.
And is there any specific percentage that's used?
It's typically been 50-50. I think it requires some negotiation for this one just because there's several developers around this specific site. So I think if we just show it as 50-50, that might need to be amended at a future council meeting depending on the outcome.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. Okay, questions from council?
Carlson.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Pinkson. You've started to answer my first question, is how do we traditionally fund these? And so what was the exact answer, that it's split between subdivision surplus and developers?
Yes, that's correct. Developer contribution and subdivision surplus.
Thank you. And how much do we have currently in that surplus?
Currently, Councillor Carlson, there's only $210,000, the combination of industrial and residential combined.
So it might be hard to fund $850,000 from that? Do we have a forecast out to 2025?
At this point, Councillor Carlson, if you'll recall, a few council meetings ago, there was a resolution to support an internal borrowing from the MRSR to aid in the cash flow of the subdivision surplus over the next few years. So I think we would be able to kind of manage through that process, and depending on the timing of this project.
Okay, and further to that, because this is a project that's 4 years out, there would be time to get some certainty on the actual funding required from that surplus as well as the developer contribution, correct?
Is Mr. Kelly on the team?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
I think we just need to discuss kind of a proposed change to that timing.
So to answer your question, the opening of the school in question with the public school board is in 2025. The construction and landscaping of the site would need to start in 2022. So the funding would need to be available earlier than what's indicated. I apologize for the late information, but we're getting new information daily from the province school board and the other developers.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. While you're here then, and because council did approve was it borrowing a line of credit, I'm not sure, for the subdivision surplus, if council did choose to earmark subdivision surplus as the funding source, that is manageable?
Yes, it is, and for economic committee is to recall subdivision surplus is a flowing fund of money. So when we have expenditures and payments that come in, the subdivision surplus total per year fluctuates.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. A bunch of questions just sort of cropped up from comments that have been made. Ms. Pinkson, when you said it's 50-50, is that we contribute 1,700, developers contribute 1,700? Or 1.7 million developers contribute 1.7 million, or is this the 1.7 million is the entirety of the cost, will ultimately be down to 50% of this? I'm seeing Mr. Kelly shake his head.
Yes, I'll step in on that one. Thank you. It's the total cost is estimated to be 1.7 and to be split 850 by subdivision surplus and 850 to the developers.
Okay, thank you. Why is that not shown under funding if that's the proposed model? Is there, excuse me, the potential that we pay all 1.7 million?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Kaufman. So in this instance, we were directed to include all of the projects as unfunded. This one was kind of a late submission given the announcement from the province, and so it's just showing up that way because we weren't certain which way council was going to support the funding of this project.
Oh, okay, thank you, except that if I'm hearing that it's going to be 50-50, shouldn't it say 850,000 is really what our contribution is, and the other 850 coming from developers? Like that's the model, right? That's the process?
Correct, but we were given direction that all projects should be shown as unfunded, so this one we likely just missed in showing the 50% being funded from developer contribution.
Okay, thank you. Second question, I heard Mr. Kelly say that their work would have to begin in 2022. If this comes from surplus, that's easier to manage requirements across the 4 years than taking it from elsewhere. Is that an understanding as to why that suggestion has been made? we know we have the funds to at least start it, versus if you allocate it for 2025, it's about finding the funds for 2025. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, so right now we've got this as, you're suggesting, Madam Treasurer, that it come from subdivision surplus, correct?
A 50-50 split between, yes, developer contribution and subdivision surplus.
Okay, so if we allocate it to subdivision surplus, we've got money available to begin whatever Mr. Kelly identified we need to begin in 2022, correct?
If we draw on the line of credit, that was, yes, previously approved, yeah.
Okay, if we don't allocate it that way, and I'm just trying to think about how a funding motion would go, then you are basically charged with trying to find the money for 2022, right?
If council was to pick an alternative funding source, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, if the motion that we've got on the screen were just passed as is, do you have money available in the funding pot right now to allocate to 2022? This is identified as being money needed for 2025. I'm hearing from Mr. Kelly, there's spending that has to come forward. You've got the money, whether it's from subdivision surplus or anywhere else, right?
If this was approved the way the resolution is on the screen, it would be approved in 2025 and the funding would come from the available funding. It would require a resolution or an amendment to move it to 2022 and to identify the funding as subdivision surplus and developer contribution.
Excellent. So if we put in subdivision surplus and developer contribution right now, it takes care of that headache and challenge for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I had a third question which has eluded me, so I'll step out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a heads up, I've already sent that amendment to the city clerk.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kelly, if the other school division was approved for a school prior to 2025, how would we handle that? Would there be an amendment to the CIP at a later date?
That'd be correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Berman. Some discussions we've been having regarding the joint use agreement, and I think this might even fall under it. We carry, sorry, I've closed the program again. We carry on each of these developments, we carry an extra 65 going up to 75,000 a year in operating costs, assuming that's maintenance, watering, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Have we ever entered into the discussions with the school boards to say that might not be completely fair? They get the bulk of the use? I don't know who can answer that. I know we've got two members on our joint school board committee. Thanks, Chris.
As a former school board trustee, I would say that the school divisions would say, well, the kids get to use the playground for 15 or 20 minutes before school, for recess for 10 minutes, for an hour at lunch. Maybe there's an afternoon recess, and then they go home. The community gets to use the area basically as a community park after school hours in the evenings and all weekends. So who gets the majority of the use, the schools or the community? And the argument would be the community.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I'm just wondering if that conversation, if we're going to discuss the joint use of the gyms, maybe we could discuss that as well. I wouldn't be suggesting they take on all of that cost, but it's a joint project. Maybe some joint operating would be amenable.
Okay, Mr. Harper.
To my knowledge, that specific conversation has not taken place, just to respond to the question.
Okay, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question, I'm not sure who can answer this, so I'll put it through the city manager or whoever could answer it. There's projected net operating costs here of looks like 65,000 up to 75,000 up to 2031 after this project goes in. Can you explain a little bit about those operating costs? And sorry, I stepped away for about a minute there, so if somebody asked that question, my apologies.
Who would like to answer?
I'll field the question, Mayor. These, as per previous conversation that Mr. Ellis provided for the park at with the Melcor partnership, these are based on historical costs that we've incurred through other school sites and have applied a budget, operating budget for this particular field.
But exactly what it's going towards. So it's just the 0.4, like what was mentioned by Mr. Ellis before, to clean. And I'm just wondering what we do after, because is it not the school divisions that would take care of this after the construction? I'm just confused.
Okay, the school yard itself, and I'll just use the 12-acre site. 4 acres is subdivided off and transferred over to the school division. It is their responsibility to build on that with their school parking lots and the playground structure. That is their responsibility. They are also responsible for the irrigation and upkeep of the grass and trees that is on their property. The other approximately 8 acres is subdivided off, designated as municipal reserve. However, it's kept in the ownership of the city of Lethbridge. Why we're doing that is that we see in other jurisdictions, older in particular like Calgary and Edmonton, where school sites over time have been sold off. And so that green space is no longer available to the community that it was originally there to serve. The ongoing operations are around irrigation, repairing fences, repairing any of the sports fields that are actually put up, the structures, the soccer nets, the baseball diamonds, because those are all part of our rec and culture plan to support not only the school program, but also community programs there, and as well as the lawn maintenance.
Okay, because I see in 65,000 is probably, is that a 0.4? Is it mainly labor then? Is what, from what I was understanding from the previous resolution, is that correct?
Labor and equipment.
Labor and equipment, and that's literally in perpetuity then?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? See no further questions, we'll move on to debate, and I understand there's an amendment coming.
Thank you, Your Worship. I sent one into the city clerk. I'm not sure if it arrived.
It did.
Excellent. And if I can, then, Your Worship, I was madly typing while Haley was speaking. Does this make sense, Madam City Treasurer?
Okay, so the amendment is, further be it resolved that the funding be moved from 2025 to 2022 and be funded as follows: $850,000 from subdivision surplus and $850,000 from developer contribution. Moved by Councillor Carlson. I think Councillor Kaufman was asking about this. Did he want to second this?
Yeah, I'll second this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So now you have the amendment on the screen. Are there any questions about the amendment?
Did Ms. Pinkston nod that this captures?
Yeah, she's nodding now.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if there's no questions, we'll move straight to debate. Councillor Carlson?
I'll close.
Any further debate? Councillor Kaufman? No?
Thanks for the offer, but no, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, no debate. Okay, Councillor Carlson, you're up for close.
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, so now we have the amended motion. Okay, we've added the further be it resolved to the original motion. So, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project, new school site development, as identified on page 23 of the Community Projects Unfunded section, and further be it resolved that the funding be moved from 2025 to 2022 and be funded as follows: $850,000 from subdivision surplus and $850,000 from developer contribution. Councillor Carlson?
I will close.
Okay, just clarifying, no further questions. Any debate? Councillor Carlson to close.
I will just call for the vote, Your Worship.
Okay. All in favor? Favor? Are any opposed? I hear none. So that is unanimous. Okay, so now we move on to planning projects. Page 34. No?
Oops. I think we have a couple,
Page
Your
31.
Worship.
Okay, did I miss one? Okay,
We jumped around, so I think we're jumping back now.
okay, before we get to planning projects, okay. Okay. Okay, page 31, Royal View Memorial Cemetery, Phase 2. So this is a project that's beyond the 4-year window. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project: Royal View Memorial Cemetery, Phase 2, as identified on page 31 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Moved by Councillor Carlson, seconded by myself. Questions?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As you pointed out, this doesn't hit the books until 2027. It's basically a placeholder. I'll ask if any of my colleagues have questions.
Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. So the question I have is that in the purpose and justification, it talks about constructing a building for meeting rooms, flexible community use space, includes a hall that can be rented out. Yet 3 minutes literally down the road, we built a giant pavilion in Legacy Park. Could that not serve the same purpose?
Councilor Miyashiro, it's Doug Hawkins. I think I'll defer to Hiroshi Oku to speak to the specifics of this and why and how this is different than other public use space. Go ahead, Hiroshi.
So back in 2011 or 2010, when we did our master plan, it was identified by our consultants that for cemetery sustainability, that we should be looking at other options to generate revenues. So it was suggested that what other cemeteries are doing now is that having their own space to do events, because a lot of families are starting to choose not to go through funeral homes. And so that we thought that this would be a great opportunity to somehow increase revenues at the cemetery for our sustainability. So that's kind of the background on the building. The pavilion, I don't know enough about to really reply to that, but absolutely, there's a lot of different buildings throughout the city that they could be used. But usually, I guess for cemetery sustainability and for ease of for families, we think that it's more appropriate to have it right on the cemetery grounds. I do know, like in the past, we've allowed funeral homes or other businesses to build crematoriums and those things within the cemeteries, and that kind of helps us sustain our revenues as well. So it's just an option. It's if anything, there was two parts to this ask. It was for the building and the grounds. Right. And if we had to choose or to eliminate something, the building, we would totally be
certainly
open to eliminating.
I fully agree with moving administration of the cemeteries to Royal View is a great idea. You have the room, you don't have any space in the other cemeteries. Great idea. So my question was around the use of the pavilion. I'm wondering if we can get a number on that somehow, what that number might be, because literally, Mr. Okubo, 3 minutes down the road from the cemetery to Legacy Park, in order for someone to want to have some kind of reception that's close to the cemetery, way easier than driving downtown or to a different place for a banquet. And wonder if we can look into that. I wouldn't approve this if that's still included. I'll just tell you that right now.
Yes. Absolutely, we will look at it within the next 4 years, and when we bring this forward again.
Thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you. Actually, Councillor Amir Shiro asked my question. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay. Any further questions from council? I see none. We can move to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll close.
Okay, I will support the resolution. It doesn't affect the first 4 years. We've had a commitment from administration to provide additional answers before this project goes ahead, so I will support it. Anyone else? Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I too will be in support. It keeps the project on the books for good planning and good information for incoming council to be looking at this and seeing which sections which they would support of it and can give direction to administration over the next 4 years. So I will be in support, and I'll call for the vote.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you. We'll now move to page 32. Arena replacement. The resolution is on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project: arena replacement as identified on page 32 of the community projects unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll open it up to questions. I had one to start with. Okay. This is being pitched as an arena replacement. But then there's an increase in operating costs and greenhouse gas emissions that's quite extensive. And I'm just, if you replace something, that's one thing, but this sounds like much more than a replacement.
Councillor Carlson, I can respond to that. It is a replacement of one existing facility. However, there would be an addition of one ice surface proposed here. What we've determined that when we were looking at replacing arenas, it's better to build a twin than a single. It's cheaper to operate a twin as a per sheet as opposed to a single. So that's where the confusion is coming in. Yes.
Okay, so thank you. So it's not really a replacement; it's a double.
It's a replacement of one, but also an addition of another.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. I appreciate that. Through you, Your Worship, to city manager or designate, how many arenas, ice sheets have we built in the last? Well, I'd like to go back to 1967, but I'll just do it in the last 12 years. Do we know how much ice surface we have built?
I believe in the last 12 years, the only new ice surface that has been put in place is ATB Center.
Okay.
The newest one previous to that was Nicholas Sharon, I believe, which was 1980-ish, 81.
81, thank you. How many ice sheets are we talking about in those two?
ATB has two ice surfaces. Nick Sharon has one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are both these ice surfaces intended to be NHL-sized rinks, or is there any thought to an Olympic-sized rink?
Mayor Spearman, these are proposed to be NHL-sized surfaces. There has not been a conversation about increasing the size to an Olympic surface.
Okay. In some places, I think where you have an Olympic-sized surface, you can actually get the national team to train there. So I just wonder if that's a thought or an opportunity going forward. I just plant that as a seed. Any other questions from council? Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. A question I have, Mr. Harper. I remember here back to our previous CIP discussion where I think that the time limit on the Civic Ice Center that it was going to have to be decommissioned at that time was 5 to 10 years, if I remember correctly. How is that facility currently? I know we're kind of doing some makeshift work to make it work right now, and it's quite a costly endeavor as well as far as economically it's not working, and the cost to operate it is much more excessive than some of the newer cost savings rinks that we have. Can you tell me how long that this looks like it could continue to last? It's a great facility, a lot of people use it, but what is the true life of this? When I heard 5 to 10 years here 5 years ago, I'm just curious to know where it's at now.
I will respond to that, but I will, if there is someone from Facility Services, I will get them to jump in as well. But we have done life cycle work there in recently, including some work on the refrigeration plant. There hasn't been a whole lot of work done structurally. It just hasn't been required. My thought on that is that it could or should last between that 5 to 10 year lifespan as of right now, which would fall in line with the proposed funding for this project.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Kennard, it's Lisa Trent. Did you have anything to add to Mr. Harper's comments?
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Councillor Higgin, I believe. I would agree with Robin. We've been strategic in our investments in the facility, so we are just focusing on keeping those critical building systems functioning. And I agree with Robin that it can last at least until the time frame that the new twin arena is in place. Thank you.
Thank you. I would definitely agree with you there. It's like we're playing in the 1970s, which is okay, but at least the ice surface is there. But I can see that hasn't been a lot of updates as far as dressing rooms, etc. So I can appreciate just keeping it available for the use. Thank you.
There's no chain link, Councillor Hagan, at least.
Yeah, that's true, right?
Plexiglass, yeah.
And no smoking in the wood stands. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Good. Any further questions, Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I haven't seen it. Maybe if it's been mentioned, is there a decided location? Is it going to replace where the Logan Boulay Arena is, right there in that spot, or are there considerations for other areas of the city?
Councillor Campbell, that specific location for a new twin has not been determined yet. We would work with land to come up with suitable locations for that during that conversation.
But is the intention to demolish both of those rinks at this time?
The Logan Boulay Arena is structurally is in a better place now than it was previously, as indicated in the CIP sheet. We have been looking, making some modifications there to support that structure. The intent right now would be to demolish the Civic and build a twin. If we are successful in building a twin, then if we were looking at demolishing Logan Boulay, then we would not be short of an ice surface at that time. If we get to a certain point where we identify that the Logan Boulay is required to be replaced, we would bring that forward as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment to our to the resolution to move this project into the deliberations of 2026 to 2031. Is that the right timing? 2029.
Okay, your resolution is to move it into the 2021 to 2025?
No. What?
You're moving forward or backwards?
To the next deliberation of CIP. Keep it on the books, but move it into the next deliberation.
It's already there.
Yes. It's scheduled for 27 to 29. 2027 to 2029 in the current.
Right, no, but I'm pushing it even further. So if we start the approval of it, we don't have to prove it now. We can push it out even more because then the next people that deliberate can tell whether or not they want to commit these dollars. If we approve it now, then what does that do to the project? Doesn't that mean we're committing the dollars if we move it out?
If it's in the last 6 years of the current CIP, what does it do to the project? Does it matter about the timing?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Miyashiro, it's currently slotted in 2027, 2028, and 2029, and that is outside the current approval window. And so anything outside the six years would have to come back to City Council for consideration during the next capital budget process.
Okay, sorry, my mistake. Thank you.
Okay. So any further questions from council?
I do have another question, Mayor Spearman.
Go ahead.
A question is, we discussed at our last CIP that instead of putting in a complete rink surface somewhere, that there was the opportunity to maybe twin one of the existing. So either it be Logan Boulay or the Adams. Now, is that something that is still being contemplated, and rather than just two brand new sheets, just adding one to another surface? Or is that, am I understanding correctly, Robin, that would still not put us ahead with the sheets that are required? Is that correct?
You're correct, Councillor Hagan. The other concern we would have is adding an ice surface and joining it to an existing aged facility might not be the wisest thing to do from a functional or structural standpoint. So that may limit us. It is an option to look at, and we have discussed that previously as a possible option, but there are some concerns with that.
Is that concerns with life cycling then? Is from what you had mentioned then?
Yeah, I would be concerned with what would happen eventually with the older facility if you ever had to replace and demolish that one. What would that look like?
Right. Thank you for that.
Okay. Any further questions, Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spurn. Councillor Mushiru, talking about the timing of things, triggered a question, if you'll allow me. It goes to a previously funded project. And because we have a resolution that's sort of hanging over our heads in council that adjusts the CIP years, if we've approved a project that is currently outside of our window, but the resolution in council changes the CIP length, how are we going to deal with those? If right now we're saying, nope, we're saying this is a future unfunded project, but all of a sudden on Monday, we extend the CIP timing. Ms. Pinkston or City Manager, do you have a response to that? How are we going to deal with those?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson, we will have to look and see what's currently showing up in 2026 and bring back a summary, but it'll likely require clarity in the resolutions about if it stays in 2026 and is undetermined funding, or if it's something council wants to consider approving in that window.
Okay, so you'll have I guess what I'm doing is giving a heads up that if that does go through on Monday, there may be some. I'm thinking the most recent would have been the cemeteries. We approved some funding in 2026. So if we move the CIP, that one begins. So I guess it was just a heads up. So thank you.
There is some flexibility, Councillor Carlson, in terms of if planning dollars in that instance, like the example you just gave, could be approved in 2026, but the rest of the project is undetermined.
Thank you for, I'm sure you'll show up with options. Thank you.
Any further questions? Ready for the resolution and debate? Councillor Carlson to open.
Thank you, Mayor Spurn. Again, I'll close.
Okay. Any debate from councillors? Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spurn. I will be encouraging my colleagues to support this. It is good planning. We do know that our ice surfaces are well used and well appreciated by the community. Approving this outside of our funded window gives the community some time to comment, as well as future council some time to consider whether this is an appropriate expenditure at that time. But at least putting it in our CIP allows for those discussions to continue. So with that, I'll call for the vote.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That is unanimous. We'll move on to page 33. Okay, the resolution is on the screen. 3rd Avenue South, Stafford Drive to Mayor McGrath Drive upgrade. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project. 3rd Avenue South, Stafford Drive to Mayor McGrath Drive upgrade as identified on page 33 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. from Councillor Carlson. And
Thank you,
questions?
Merce.
Yeah.
I had one question to start, if I can, Your Worship, through you to the city manager or designate. This is outside of our funded window. And in just reading it and trying to understand the project, I looked at this as something that could be accelerated, brought forward, a bit of a stimulus project, a bit of an economic development project along that corridor, which I think is kind of desperate. I'm wondering why this was put out to 2026 rather than being considered in the 4-year window.
I'll attempt to answer that, Councillor Carlson. So you'll see that there's a prior number of 300,000. What that speaks to is a functional planning exercise that's currently underway, and we've had significant engagement associated with that functional planning process with the adjacent landowners and businesses along 3rd Avenue between Stafford and Merrimack Drive. The overwhelming feedback we are getting is that as much as there's general consensus around the need to upgrade and to expand pedestrian facilities, improve parking, streetscaping, furniture, and those kinds of things, there is no support for near-term investment. Folks are really hunkered down trying to weather the pandemic, and that's exactly how they describe their situation there. And they don't want a near-term disruption associated with a major streetscaping project similar to what we're currently doing in the downtown core right now. So we've been very respectful of that feedback. In fact, we've paused the planning, even though the planning is not complete. The functional plan is probably about 60-70% complete, in recognition that folks are really rather distracted by just keeping the lights on. And it's our intent to return to planning next year, hopefully when things are somewhat returned to normalcy. So that's why it's showing up in latter years here. And in fact, it's staged between work in 2026 and 2030, I believe. So that's the kind of feedback we're receiving from that neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. I appreciate that response, because I guess my thoughts were counterintuitive. I thought folks would have been saying, get her done because it'll help with our business. But if this is in response to community feedback, I appreciate that and I will honor that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins answered the question that I had, but I just wanted to reiterate, I had a conversation with 4 different businesses here over the last month on that corridor, and they were, I'll use a PG language, please don't do this now. Please don't do this now. So thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for answering that question. That was going to be a question I had as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. On the budget page, the condition number 2, it says condition assessments would be required for water, wastewater, and electrical services. Are those assessments done in the normal course of business, Mr. Hawkins, or is there an additional cost to this?
No, those will be done in the normal course of our asset management with respect to the deep utilities.
Thank you. So if by 2025 things are much better in the economy and we have people on 3rd Avenue saying, yeah, okay, come on in, basically we would be ready to get shovel in the ground type of thing.
That's correct.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Are there any further questions with respect to this project? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll close.
Okay, any further debate from council? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Mr. Hawkins for the community engagement on this project, because again, the business that I spoke to were extremely pleased that they were actually consulted with, and you know, their thoughts and concerns were listened to. So I just wanted to make sure I pass it on to our administration, and thank you very much for that, because it's extremely important that we keep mind with our small businesses, and especially during this time. So thank you very much for that engagement, and with that I will be supporting.
Okay. Any further debate? Councillor Carlson to close.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship. I've got nothing further. I will just call for the vote.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous.
Mayor Spearman.
Yes.
We're heading into a new section, I believe, the planning documents.
Yep.
Would anyone be okay with a 5-minute break? I was just going to grab something, coffee or something.
Maybe even longer. We can arrange to have the funding sheet placed on the screen, and we'll come back and consider the planning documents. And if people want to do 7 minutes of yoga, we'll return at 2:45.
I have 3 minutes of neck stretches that are calling me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go check my Bitcoin.
Good luck. Okay, we'll return at 2:45. Thank you. Okay, shall we do a roll call? Councillors gaze at the screen.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Or Acting Mayor Croson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Here.
Mayor Spearman.
Present.
Vice Chair Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Higgin.
Here.
And Councillor Miyashiro.
Here.
Oh, here.
Thank you. Okay, we'll just take a look at the screen. Right now.
Well done, Haley.
Pardon?
Well done, Haley. I love the new column and the new title.
So we have $27,661,000 left so far unallocated.
Mayor Spearman, I would just highlight that that it's extremely, just in terms of media and some of the concerns about the information, it's extremely difficult to summarize every single decision that's made or recommendation to be brought forward to council by Economic SPC in one screen to share publicly throughout the process. So I would just recommend, if there's a specific question, that they would need to refer to ultimately what the final, when council makes the decision or to approve the CIP, the final kind of information is included in the resolutions and also in the CIP binder itself. So, there's lots of kind of decisions that get made that it's difficult to capture in a one screen fit to this screen kind of format. So this is our attempt to provide as much information as we can in that small window of screen of real estate on the screen there. So hopefully that's helpful for council. Anything that's in that 2022 to 2025 is the dollars that are approved in that blue colored filled in area. That's approximately $50 million, I believe, in terms of, and then the remaining unallocated at this point based on the decisions that Economic SPC has made to date is the 27.66 million.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, if I can be so bold. Thank you very much, Haley. We know that this is difficult to articulate everything in one screen. Part of our sensitivity, unfortunately, is public are watching, and we're already receiving emails about decisions we've not made on projects that are listed. So it's us responding to that a little bit as well. So we recognize that this is a snapshot, and it's much more complicated than just looking at it, but we really do appreciate the work that you and your staff are doing there. So you'll be able to sleep soon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you, Ms. Pinkson. And just for my clarity, the 27.6 still includes the 6 million more for the gas tax, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
So now we'll move on to planning, starting on page 34.
Mayor Spearman, can I just make a comment here before we get going?
Sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we're receiving emails about with gratitude and thanks for approving projects, and I believe we still have the community. Well, I know I've received calls that these projects are approved, and yet we all realize that they have to go to council. And I know I've said this before for that decision from SPC. So I just want to make sure publicly again, probably mainly for media, that this can be expressed in their messaging, because we are getting calls and emails regarding thanks and gratitude for supporting the projects, when really that would happen on Tuesday if that is approved. So I just wanted to make sure I brought that up. So thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Yep, thank you. Yep, we're We've tried to make the community aware that this will be a recommendation from the Standing Policy Committee to City Council, which must be approved by City Council on Tuesday at our regular meeting. We're only making recommendations at this point, and the resolutions are framed in that way. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I thank Councillor Hagan for bringing that up, because yes, we're all getting calls and emails. I think further, the public needs to have some understanding around capital dollars versus the operating budget. I know we have on the screen the operating impact, and because of past decisions, we started at 0.19%. We've been very diligent so far in trying to keep that as low as possible. We're up to 0.25, and that's in future taxation by the year 2023, I believe. So I just want to ensure that. And maybe Ms. Pinkson, you could take a moment, because the questions I'm having is you're spending $100 million. Why don't you just give us a tax refund? The bulk of the dollars that are being spent they can't be used for tax relief, correct?
Councillor Carlson, the majority of the available funding is related to grants. That's correct.
Thank you. And so something I was trying to tell folks is these are other orders of government who have collected taxes from you and are now trying to give it back to your community. So yes, they are other order of tax dollars. We're trying to make the best use of them for the citizens that paid those. So just a little clarity if folks are listening. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's start with page 34, Civic Common Comprehensive Site Plan. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project: Civic Common Comprehensive Site Plan as identified on page 34 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. There may be questions on this. I did submit an amendment. I hope the city clerk got that.
Okay.
I don't know if they did or not. If not, I can go into my email and read it.
There is an amendment saying further that the Civic Common be designated as the future home of the Performing Arts Center, and that this be considered in the comprehensive planning.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll leave that up there, but open up the resolution and amendment for any questions.
Okay, I think we'll deal with the amendment. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Campbell.
Councillor Kaufman.
Oh. Councillor Kaufman.
Oh.
And Campbell.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's deal with the amendment first. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I believe we discussed it a bit during the Performing Arts Center deliberation and discussion around the future PAC, is that a lot of the work that needs to be done could not be completed without a designated site. It's hard to do a comprehensive plan. It's hard to do functional planning. It's hard to get a sense of how the building could look and how it could function without a site. The Performing Arts Steering Committee did an extensive siting exercise. I thought you were trying to find Comic Sans there, Madam City Clerk. We did an extensive siting exercise. I think we looked at over 16 different areas and properties around our community, narrowed it down to 6. Our administration did yeoman's work in collecting all of the information that we used to make our deliberations and decisions. It was unanimously decided that the Civic Common is is the right spot, it's the best spot, it's the appropriate spot for this future building. And so if we're going to be doing some comprehensive planning for the Civic Common, I think it's incumbent on us, A, to designate that site as the site for the future performing arts and embed that into the planning. So that's a bit of a preamble. I hope that helps. But I'm here for questions, as is Councillor Campbell, Councillor Kaufman, who are also on the steering committee.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that opening. Any questions on the amendment? I hear none. We'll move to debate.
There is questions, Mayor
Yeah,
Spearman.
Are there questions?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the city manager designate, does the amendment increase any costs for the Civic Common Comprehensive Site Plan?
I can take that question, Councillor Kaufman. I don't believe it would impact any costs as they're laid out. We would be proceeding forward thinking of all the different types of uses that could fit in this space. And so by honing in on potentially focusing on one more than maybe some of the others, it might actually result in more of an efficiency. With that being said, I think through this exercise, we will keep our options open for other types of uses that could also be fill the space, just in case information comes to light that this is not a good location, or we are 10 years down the road and the Performing Arts Center has not come to fruition for one reason or another.
Okay, thank you. So the A Performing Arts Center has not been approved by City Council. It's not going to be occurring in this 4-year cycle. This is about just considering it in the planning, and as if you say 10 years down the road, it still hasn't come to fruition, there could be other options. So for as much as we want to designate this, it's not long-term forever and ever, amen, correct? Excellent, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Higgin?
Thank you. Question for city manager as designate. Since we had this discussion with the Performing Arts Center at the steering committee level, at the level of them coming in with this request and after the deliberation on the different locations, there's been quite a few calls and questions because, of course, it seems like when there's a decision or an idea that there may be a decision coming forward, it seems that's when the community comes out. So I'm just wondering here, in the next year, if there finds to be another area that is more suitable, are we going to lose a lot of planning, seeing that this isn't actually in this particular 4-year budget window anyways? And is that going to be a concern going forward? Because I'm just, again, the comments and questions coming out that since the discussion came to the steering committee that we had here a few weeks back, it's been, well, what about this? What about that? And so I'm just curious to know if that's going to stop or impede any future development or planning if it was to wait for a year, for example.
Councillor Higgin, I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Andrew, do you understand the question that was posed?
But I think I have a general understanding, but I will respond, and then Blaine or Councillor Higgin, please add on if it doesn't answer your question. So in terms of the actual planning of this site, the Civic Commons site, if there was a decision to locate the Performing Arts Center somewhere else, this planning exercise would not have been a waste of resources or time. As I noted, we will take into consideration what are the other uses or other scale of uses that could also go here. So if that decision comes at a future date, this exercise would not be for naught. As it relates to a change of direction on the decision of a site, I would defer to maybe the Director of Community Services as to how that might come up or how that decision would take place.
No, I do. I thank you for that. Thank you for taking my mumbling and figuring it out, because you got it spot on, Mr. Mr. Malcolm. So I'm just I guess my next question would be, if there is I guess it's the planning stage, and so of course we're going to want to be looking at plans for this Performing Arts Center. So there's obviously going to be, where parking is going to be, how it's going to look, and that may be different dependent on the location that could be chosen for that. So I guess my question is, there's not going to be any throwaway money, because if you're looking at a plan, it may be looking at a plan for the Civic Common that may not fit in another location. So you're going to confirm that there's no loss of monies through this process?
Councillor Hagan, I think the clarification that I would make is that we are looking at a site plan for the Civic Common block, as opposed to a layout of the facility itself. And so as we evaluate the site layout, we would be looking at some level of a block of land that would be of a reasonable size, given the understanding we have of the scale of this Performing Arts Center. So probably a little bit of an intuitive process here, where we're going to get information from the Performing Arts Committee as to what type of, how many seats, how many people, square footage, amenities that are required. But it will be based on a certain level of assumptions, and it would not be dictating or deciding a layout of the actual Performing Arts Center.
Okay, so just to confirm, no throwaway money if we decide to move to another location?
I wouldn't go on record and say no throwaway money, but
okay.
Very limited in terms of, I think this level of planning is evaluating how much and what this site can reasonably manage in terms of infrastructure requirements, and understanding what would be needing to require to bring the site up to support a facility such as a Performing Arts Center.
Right.
So I would suggest limited throwaway, but I wouldn't go as far as to say none.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything further? If there's no further questions, we'll move to debate on the amendment. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll close.
Okay, any debate on the amendment? Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you as well to the mover for this. Again, I think it needs to be stated fairly clearly that when we are talking about a nebulous budget and we're talking about nebulous locations, it makes it very difficult for the community to start to come together on a project. Economic SPC passed a motion yesterday capping the city's maximum contribution to the project. Today, this is about designating the Civic Common area as a potential home for a potential Performing Arts Center. So this is about, as Mr. Malcolm identified, really looking at this particular territory within the municipality, determining the functional, structural access needs and requirements of a Performing Arts Center on this location. It's not dedicating any additional funds to the Civic Common Comprehensive Site Plan. It's just considering the facility. As we heard from Mr. Malcolm, though, as well, if we're 10, 20 years in the future and a city council today is sitting here having a conversation about where to put a performing arts theater, ultimately that decision will be made by a future council. But this is giving the community a place, a site to call a future home, if you will, of a performing arts center. And again, it's just for the good sake of planning, so that we're not spending additional time and resources looking at 45 different locations. So I really look forward to seeing a sign hung on the side of the Civic Arena saying future home of the Performing Arts Center, and then dealing with the phone calls regarding that particular image too. So I will support the amendment.
Thank you. Any further debate? I too will support the amendment. Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you for the questions and the responses from our administration. Much appreciated. And a big thanks to Councillor Kaufman for summing up what was going to be most of my debate. So I will just call for the vote.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed?
Higgin.
Okay.
Parker?
Okay, we'll do a roll call.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor?
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
And Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Carries 6-2.
Thank you. So now we have the original motion as amended.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm not sure if there's any further questions on this. I had one.
Go ahead.
In the draft CIP binder, I think it's maybe Mr. Malcolm, tried to make the asterisk image represent an example of a comprehensive site plan deliverable. I know that Councillor Mishro had asked for that to be removed because you don't want to confuse people that we're putting in a skate park, bowling green, community garden, etc. I'm just wondering if maybe we should take that out of there or stamp right across that draft or example. I don't even know what to call it.
Mayor Spearman, that was actually a request to be added. Maybe I misunderstood. That this is just as a proposal, not the actual.
That is correct, Ms. Pinkson and Councillor Carlson. That lettering or that text wasn't in there originally, and we had added that in to try and clarify that was in fact an example, and that we would not have a community hall, care center, or bowling green necessarily.
Or change the entire shape of the plan of the block. Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Any Councillor Kaufman, do you have a question?
No, Mayor Spearman. No, my hand might have been up from before.
Okay. Alrighty. If there's no more questions, we'll move to debate. Councillor Carlson to open.
I will close, Your Worship.
Okay. Any further debate? I will support the overall plan and as amended. I think it's an important piece of property in the city, and an investment in planning on this property would be certainly justified, so I will support the funding for the plan. Anyone else? I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think it was in 2018 that I believe Councillor Parker, Councillor Croson, and myself were part of the steering committee for the Civic Common Master Planning session, where we did a lot of community engagement, pardon me, and discussion around the vision for what the Civic Common should and could be. And now that we've established that vision, I think moving forward with a comprehensive plan to solidify and really set even a stronger vision in the community for this site, I think is important. So I want to thank our administration for all the work that they've done. I want to thank our community for all of the input that they've given to us on this this well-loved, well-treasured space. And I think this is good planning, and it sets up good decisions for the future. So with that, I'll call for the vote.
Okay, thank you. All right, all in favor, any opposed?
Higgin.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
You're muted, Councillor Carlson.
In favor. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
And Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Carries 6-2.
Thank you. We'll now move on to downtown 5th Street preliminary design. The resolution's on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D, Community Project, Downtown 5th Street Community Design, as identified on page 35 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. From Councillor Carlson, are there any questions?
You, Mayor Sparman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I think you're on mute. Okay. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess much like the Third Avenue project, I guess this could go to Mr. Hawkins. Response from the downtown core as to this project at this time. I mean, I know it's in the planning stages, but has there been positive feedback? And Mr. Malcolm, I see you're there too. Perhaps you can weigh in.
I'll defer to Mr. Malcolm in terms of the reaction so far to the Third Avenue project, because this is the preliminary design for 5th that would sort of mirror that work. But Andrew can probably help you in terms of the feedback so far.
Yeah, so far the Third Avenue project, and I should preface with the people that I am in contact with on a regular basis are typically your downtown supporters and those businesses that are directly on the corridor. And so while there have been obviously frustrations, as construction would cause anybody, generally with the first phase and the first block nearly complete, very positive. The new setup with the flexible parking is being utilized as patio prior to the restrictions. The new look, the new feel is much more of a main street as opposed to a former highway. And that is what many of the downtown supporters are excited by. Of course, as I noted, it's not without its pain points, and we are working our way through that. But it's important to note that this is not the construction project. This is just the preliminary planning, which would hopefully get us to a point for construction in the next 2 to 10 years, depending on future funding.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Carlson, did you have a question?
Yep, quickly. Thank you, Mayor Sperman. Just in the case of following up on Councillor Higgins' train of thought for throwaway costs, for something like this, the planning can be done well in advance of a project. Am I correct in that? It's not like a building design that expires or any of that. You can do the preliminary design. Is that true?
That is true. It very little to no throwaway cost. It's really about given this the nature of this kind of work, it is a staged approach. Preliminary design, a future detailed design, and then obviously a construction project. Preliminary design is your opportunity to work out, as you described with Performing Arts Center, the Civic Common, the vision, and establish sort of the functional parameters associated with a future construction project, and make sure that you've got community buy-in. Significant community engagement would happen, and that that's never wasted in terms of this kind of work. So we, in terms of prudent planning, we would, regardless of whether we do it in the next 4 years or if council were to choose to put it off, this would be the first step that we would be recommending in terms of advancing this kind of work in the future.
Thank you for that. And further to that, When I was on Heart of the City and we were knee deep in the PRATS, Public Realm and Transportation Study, they came forward with a lot of these recommendations. That's where third came out of. This one as well. This is sort of the, I think you said it, the companion piece following along. At that time, Heart of the City was almost unanimously, if not unanimously, in favor of proceeding with these. We worked with the BRZ, we worked with the Chamber, and we got a lot of support from those folks. Is there that same level of support from those types of groups?
So, Councillor Carlson, it's been one of the, I guess, the challenges with the CIP process is, from an administrative perspective, is weighing in how much do we layer in the community support and discussions we've had to date. And so when we looked at, other submissions like the pickleball courts, why they were coming truly from a community group as opposed to administration is because while we think we could definitely pull them off, they weren't on our priority list. And when I say our priority list, that's a priority list informed by the work of Heart of Our City and our stakeholders like the Downtown BRZ and the Chamber of Commerce. So these projects that are being brought forward by administration do have significant buy-in and have had conversation from groups like Heart of Our City. Absolutely.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate hearing that. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay. Any further questions? I see none. Move to debate.
Again, I will close, Your Worship.
Okay. Any debate from council? I will support this project as further development of the downtown. It is only planning, it's not construction. And I think this would be dollars well spent as to what 5th Street might look like. So I will support the project. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll support it as well. Excuse me. It's another way of us to do some development downtown and beautification, functional, make it more functional and make it more of a destination.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I will echo my colleagues. This is a great planning project. Looking at the 3rd Avenue project, the way it's been so far, it's to me, it's been amazing. I know there's always growing pains. It's always difficult, especially for the businesses down there. But the end result is going to be outstanding, and I think continuing on into the 5th Street or the Fifth Street project, it's going to be amazing. So again, planning stages. Let's get to it. I will fully support this.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Croson.
I will not be supporting this. No, I'm just kidding. I will be supporting this. Not just for the reasons one might suspect, but because one of the things we know is that it does take a long time for projects to come forward. We do have to do preliminary planning, we have to do in-depth planning, and we know that in order to keep moving ahead, we do need to have projects at various stages, and so it's part of the process to think about the future, what might we want to build in 10 years, and make sure we keep planning ahead for that. The other thing, when Mr. Malcolm said, 3rd Avenue is looking more like Main Street now, I took a little bit of, problem with that because 5th Street is actually Main Street. 5th Street is the traditional Main Street of Lethbridge, and it got put behind 3rd Avenue, even though I think 5th Street should have went first for various reasons. And so we are actually working on Lethbridge's Main Street if we move this project ahead. It has been and is one of the most important business districts in Lethbridge for a very long time. And if you look at the infrastructure there, if you look at the sidewalks, and if you even think about what's underground, we again have very, very aging infrastructure. And we know from water main breaks and from other issues that if we don't invest money in a smart way, we're going to be spending a lot of money to do repairs and fixes and be throwing money into these projects. And when you talk throwaway money, not actually maintaining what you have is throwaway money. Doing things smartly and planning things is a much better way of handling our assets. So I will, of course, be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. If I don't speak correctly, I may need some medical attention. I fell on my head after hearing Acting Mayor Crozen first start her conversation and her debate, but I'll try to make my way through this. I love this idea. I think planning, of course, is the most important thing that we can do throughout the community. And I am in agreement, as well as what Acting Mayor Crozen said, that I believe this should have been done prior to 3rd Avenue, to be very honest. That ship sailed. We're here now with this project. The only concern I have is, again, there's costs that are coming in a time that we're going through a pandemic. I'm concerned with that. I really want it done, and I was thinking of bringing a amendment to forward it, but I thought to myself that would be crazy because I know where it would fall. So I am, for that reason, I just at this time, and it's one of my favorite ones in this binder, to be honest with you, but at this time I just can't support this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move to, we'll have a roll call vote. Or Councillor Carlson, did you want to close?
I'll be very brief and just thank my colleagues for their incredible debate, and say that Councillor Croson, Acting Mayor Croson, that is the passion and thoughtfulness I remember from our days on Heart of the City, around when we were both working on the Pratt's study with the community, and so it's nice to hear it again. But yes, I was scared for a second. With that, I'll just call for the vote.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Thank you.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
And Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Carries 7 to 1.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to page 36, Indigenous Cultural Centre Site Planning. The resolution is on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following section: D, Community Project Indigenous Cultural Centre Site Planning, as identified on page 36 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll open it up for questions from my colleagues.
Questions? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm just curious to know, as we see the planning for this in 2022, and it's not even in the 10-year window, curious to know if this was to be done a few years down the road, again, due to these economic times, what effect would that have with planning if it was, say, in 2026 and still 5 years to actually put that plan together? Is that, I'm concerned that we're doing the planning now, and in 10 years, if by the time that this can be looked at in a CIP, I'm concerned there's going to be so many changes. And again, I'll go back to the throwaway monies that I'm just concerned about. So can someone give me comfort on how this planning now and building in 10, 15, 20 years, if that's the case, how that's going to not be throwaway monies?
Who would like to start from administration?
Go ahead, Mr. Stein, please.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Higgin. I guess the way I would answer the question is in a few different ways. The first one of the reasons why we're proposing this project move forward right away is to build upon the significant community momentum that was built through the feasibility study between 2019 and 2020. Another reason it's being proposed to move right away is because of the significant grant dollars that are available, specifically focusing on cultural projects, but also Indigenous focused projects. And I would say just the to answer the other part of your question is about why there's no ask in there right now for the ultimate build out within the 10-year plan. Part of the reason is because there's still a lot of work to do in the partnership area in determining who ultimately, quote unquote, owns this facility. One of the things that we heard during community engagement is that the community is looking to the city to take a leadership role in this project right now, but ultimately it's a project that gets owned and operated and run by community. What exactly that looks like is still to be determined, but we hope through the planning dollars in this project that we can get us further down the road in understanding what that looks like.
Thank you. And my follow-up question to that, if I could, Mayor Spearman, is we've had a few times we've met with the Multicultural Center over the years, and some struggles that they have not realized the revenues that they're needing to keep that afloat. And I'm just wondering why a project like this could not be, it's a culture project, why that could not go with a multicultural center to be able to help that facility going forward as far as revenues and use of the building. Maybe an answer for that.
That's a great question. We did talk quite a bit during the feasibility study about the experiences of the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association and that multicultural center. And one of the things that led us to think quite a bit about was how we make sure that this organization and this project can become financially sustainable, but also sustainable in a broader sense. So some of the work that we hope to do through this project is to kind of solidify that governance structure and ensure that the facilities that this organization walks into, it's set up for success to own, operate, and run those. In terms of the ability to connect to the Ethnic Association, the delicate way I would suggest that the community might think about that is that they need to be treated, very separately, and that the expectations of the Indigenous community would be to have a separate facility focusing on their experiences and their histories as distinct from the multicultural lens.
Okay, and I appreciate that answer, and I'm just actually I'll leave it right there. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recall in the last, I don't know if it was this past federal budget or the federal before, that being under the Trudeau government, they really wanted to allocate money towards projects in regards to an emphasis on Indigenous projects, and that, which is a good news story. Could that kind of funding be used for doing what we want to do right now versus local funds?
So we are, as you see on the CIP sheet, there is a hopeful anticipation that we will be receiving some grant dollars to support this planning work that's being proposed. There are lots of grant dollars available right now for Indigenous focused projects. When they are projects that are not being advanced by an Indigenous organization or by an Indigenous community, they aren't eligible for the same types of matching contributions as they are from other proponents. And so as we are still the main proponent moving this project or facilitating or convening this project, we're not eligible to get as much of those matching dollars. So we're trying our best to get as much as we can to support this work. We're quite hopeful in the grant applications that we're working through right now, and we'll continue to seek those granting opportunities from the provincial and federal, but also through partners. I think that's one of the things that we're trying to emphasize in this project is the significant amount of time that we spend building partnerships will help us hopefully financially down the road.
Okay, so that helps. I appreciate that answer. So that begs the question then, if we had a different, instead of us asking for the funds, could we set up an organization of some sort requesting the funds to do this? Or could we help lead that, but us not being the frontman or the, in regards, it can't be a city, but someone else. Could we help facilitate that? Because if that's the way of going about it.
Absolutely, Councillor Parker. Pardon me. So you see, if you'll see on the CIP sheet that the very first place we hope to start with this project is to do a bit of partnering work and bringing you could say the first board of this organization together there is a scenario in which that board becomes its own standing entity that could then have a much better chance of applying for some of those larger matching contributions from different funding agencies. So that is the path I think that we're on, or one of the paths that we're putting ourselves on or available to, because we do see the advantage in that, not only from a financing perspective, but also from the sustainability of this organization perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. I think Mr. Stein actually addressed my questions in the previous lines of question. I just wanted to get reassurance, or get reemphasis, perhaps is a better way of saying it, that this is not about establishing a site or doing any preparation for building or anything. It's the business plan. It's the expression of interests for partners. It's looking at the opportunities to move forward to the next step. That's correct, Mr. Stein?
It's a multi-stage proposal in front of you. The first pieces of that are to do that partnering work, perhaps doing some interim options analysis. Again, that's another way of thinking about the financial sustainability of this project, is thinking about how it could ease into a cultural center without thinking about the ultimate build right out the gate. There is some more site-specific planning work contemplated once that first board is established. However, that requires a piece of land to contemplate. So it's a multi-step process what's being proposed. The first couple stages focus on partnering and organizational capacity, and the latter stages focus on site planning. Maybe the last comment that I'll make is one of the highest identified priorities when we did the feasibility study was for an outdoor gathering place. And so that's why that aspect of the project is being put forward sooner than maybe a larger facility, both from the perspective of being a higher identified need, but also thinking about, again, organizational capacity to take something like this on. If it is a community group ultimately that takes this on, managing an outdoor gathering place is a lot more, maybe a lot easier than managing a 12,000 square foot facility. So again, we're trying to contemplate financial and organizational sustainability as we're moving through this.
Okay, thank you. Last question then. Doing something like this, looking at an Indigenous cultural center, creating the partnership, creating the relationship, does this fall under our commitment to reconciliation, as well as the MOU that the council and the Blood Tribe Council will be agreeing upon on Tuesday?
There is a very strong linkage, specifically within the context of the National Choir into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls work plan. One of the recommendations in that work plan is specifically to advocate for an Indigenous cultural center. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a city-owned Indigenous cultural center. It just means that the facility would at some point materialize within our community. So there's a very direct connection to that. There's a direct connection to some of the high-level guiding principles and values of the city's reconciliation implementation plan. And in terms of a forthcoming MOU, I think we have learned through the feasibility study some of the goals and aspirations that the Indigenous community and non-Indigenous community have of a facility like this could be aligned quite closely with the MOU language in terms of shared understanding, respect, creating opportunities, focusing on education, employment, anti-racism. All of those things could be materialized or actioned through the programs and services that a facility like this could offer.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have mentioned the murdered, missing Indigenous women and girls objectives as well. So sorry. Thank you, Mr. Stein. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Any further questions? We'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Stein, for the work on this and the answers to our questions. The ask in front of council is to fund $250,000 out of the $350,000 for this study and planning. And I'm a fan of good planning and getting good information. And this is similar to the approaches that council has taken so many times before with so many facilities. One comes to mind, the ATB Center. I think it was Councillor Parker who brought it forward. And at that time, it was a leisure center study, and it was to see what it could be, how it could impact the community, what the impacts could be. And through that, we learned how amazing that investment in our community would be. Good planning just allows future councils to make the best decisions for investments in our community. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I echo what Councillor Carlson just said. As well, it follows with the other work that we've done to gather the cooperation and the collaboration and the work that we've done with RLAC and the planning that we've done for the reconciliation implementation plan, as well as missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls implementation plan that we have. This will pull it together. This will give us another centerpiece, I think, for Lethbridge to show that we are a progressive community and that we are looking after the needs of all of our citizens.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will strongly support this. And the reason why is I had the opportunity to visit an Indigenous Cultural Center a few years back. And I think we have to remember is the center isn't just for the Indigenous people. And even though we're celebrating the culture and the history, but it's for the whole community. It's the whole community center. And sometimes I don't want people to think it's theirs and it's ours. It's everyone's. And I think that's when I saw the one up in Whitehorse, I saw firsthand the importance of what it did for a community. And I'm also very happy to hear Mr. Stein say that there's funds that we're going to be able to hopefully leverage to help fund this. And I think if you look what the federal government's done over the last 2 budget cycles, they put a major emphasis on things such as this. And if we can get something, for lack of a better term, shovel ready, it increases our odds of getting federal, if not federal, provincial funds as well. But I've seen the success in doing something like this. And if we could do anything close to what Whitehorse has done in their community, it will be a huge success. And for that reason, I will be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I too will support it for many of the reasons have already been cited, but certainly in support of our reconciliation plan and anything we can do to bring Indigenous and non-Indigenous cultures together, create understanding, and I think this would be a step in the right direction, so it will have my full support. Would anybody else like to debate before close? Okay, I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you all for your comments and debate. I call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you.
No, I said Hagan. I don't know if you heard it or not.
Oh, no, we didn't. Okay. All right. Councillor Hagan is opposed. Do we need to do a roll call vote? Anyone else? 7-1? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to page 37, Indoor Court Multi-Purpose Space Functional Study. Okay, the resolution's on the screen. Be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D, Community Project Indoor Court Multi-Purpose Space Functional Study as identified on page 37 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. If we open it up to questions, I have one through you to administration, city manager designate. We just built the ATB Center. In that was the, darn name has escaped me. The exactly what's being proposed here. What's up? I don't know how to phrase it other than that. Is when we built the ATB. Can anyone remember what that room is called? Doesn't matter.
Like a multi-purpose room?
Yeah, the multi-purpose space. It had an actual name, and it was exactly this. It was multi-sports complex.
Their field house.
Field house. Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro, I owe you a beer. And so I'm confused. We just built that. Now we're saying, well, we better do a study to see if we need one. I'm just so confused.
Councillor Carlson, it's Robin Harper here. I can respond to that question.
Sorry, it was so all over the place, Robin. But
I was following your logic, so yeah, I knew what you were talking about. What we found since ATB Center has been open with the gymnasium and the field house is that the amount of usage combined between the community groups, obviously, the programming that is taking place by the YMCA and the amount of or the response from the community as far as memberships go, there's still indicated to be a lack of gymnasium space. So, I mean, that has been taken into consideration. We're quite surprised with the amount of usage at the gyms. It was also as part of that project, it was stipulated that there are a certain amount of those spaces that were required to remain unbooked for community drop-in use. So that is also an impact on the ability of the community groups to access. So all of those factors are weighed in on that.
And thank you, Mr. Harper. I do appreciate the response. It's just frustrating when just a few short years ago we invested many millions of dollars into something we were told this is going to serve us for 50 years. And then a couple of years later, well, back at it. So thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Carlson, just further to that, it will continue to serve us for 50 years for sure. Part of this study will look at obviously the gym space that is available, which includes ATB Center. It includes the school gymnasiums through the joint use, the access there, and it will determine or look at what might be required further for gym space. It's not a foregone conclusion that we need additional space. However, we are going to look at it as it's been identified through consultation with our groups that there is still a shortage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you very much, Mr. Harper. I think my question will follow up on Councillor Carlson's. Over the last few days, you've heard a lot of questions, a lot of concern, a lot of discussion about the joint use agreement. Are we getting good access to those gyms? We know there's a lot of different community groups who want multiple uses. Will this study, as you say, it'll take in all of that. You'll be working with the multiple groups. So the questions you've been hearing from us this week, the concerns we have, will this answer what you've been hearing from us this week?
I think it will, Councillor Crowson. The other part of this is this study and this analysis will not preclude having further conversations with the school divisions as in regards to community access. We will continue to have those conversations about increasing access if possible and working through some of those problems. But I think this study will provide us with some of those answers, yes.
Okay, so this is just a more formal way of finding those answers out.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Harper, I just only because I know this is a study, and because I'm an old squash and racquetball player, that's not included in this type of study, is it? Or is that something that could also be looked at, or is there more interest in squash and racquetball these days? I know that that's pretty. There's only one place in town right now, I believe, that offers squash and racquetball.
There was an indication through the engagement process of the master plan that indicated that there was a desire for more racket court space. It was down further on the list. However, it was identified. So this study is not limited to any specific type of activity. What we want to look at is a broad range of uses potentially, and that could be, it could be tennis, it could be volleyball, it could be basketball, it could be a racket space, it could be all of those.
Right, because I think they actually have portable squash type courts that they can implement. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I just wanted to know if that was part of the study. So thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any further questions from council? Acting Mayor Croson?
Oh, yes, thank you. I had a follow-up question after I put my hand down last time. I know this is just a functional study, so it's looking more at needs. But as we're looking at this, will we be considering thinking about private options? So is there a way, like incentivize a private company to run this, so if we're going to move forward, so that it's not always on the public person, it's not something that's under our bailiwick? Will we be looking at partnering with other organizations? And again, I know this is a functional study, and that's part of more how the use of it, but will those be considered as part of this, so that if there is a need, we're also thinking about how to get it built in a proper way?
Councillor Crowson, thanks for the question. We will be looking at that in this study, and then that will be kind of under an operational model view, how it's going to be operated. If there are opportunities to, like you said, to partner with a private entity, and I'm not sure if that means an existing building that could be retrofitted, etc. I mean, that might be looked at as well. That is definitely a possibility, because we have heard that there are a couple community groups in town who have gone out and rented their own private spaces just because they haven't had the available spaces to expand their programming.
Yeah, I just don't want us to go and do a study that, we're only looking at it that we have to operate it in the future. If we're going to look at a study like this, let's look at all the options on ways these could be, utilized in the future. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? We'll move to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Sperman. I will close.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Mr. Harper, for all of those answered questions. I am, in light of a couple of different resolutions that have been passed by Economic Standing Policy Committee over the past couple of days with the expansion of these new gymnasiums, I guess I would be more apt to support something like this if we didn't have the funding put out to these new, to expanding the gymnasiums in these schools that are being built or have not quite been built or any along that line. So my concern with approving this is that I believe we've addressed some of this issue, maybe not all of it. Of course, we're not going to throw racquetball in, as Deputy Mayor Campbell was mentioning, and I know that's just part of a study down the list. But I just see that the amount of use that's currently being used in the schools that we've approved some of this funding, and it seems like it's close enough where I believe we could actually focus on utilizing those hours in the schools, in the joint school and city use agreement. And so at this time, I can't support this resolution.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will support this. We talked about this a bit when we were discussing upsizing gyms, is that we need to understand what the need is, rather than just keep on funding larger gyms. There could be a possibility that we need to have a different strategy in order to meet the recreational needs of people. There is a competitive volleyball club that rents a bay in the Sharing Industrial Park because it has high ceilings. and they have decided to go a different way and to make that more or less their permanent home. So if we want to address things like that, where clubs have to go on their own and develop their own facilities, it'd probably be better if we had multi-use facilities, if we understood better what the need was. So I will support this.
Okay, Acting Mayor Croson.
I see Mr. Harper's hand is up. I'm not sure if he has an answer to something that he wants to give before I speak.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. I just wanted to add just another comment as information. One of the difficulties we really saw during this past year is that a result of the pandemic, through no fault of the schools, access to the schools was completely shut off for any community groups. Even though health restrictions allowed for some of the activities to take place in gymnasiums, we didn't have access to the school gyms at all. So it was really another layer, I guess you could call it, that indicated the risk to the community groups if access like that is not available.
Okay, Councillor Croson.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. It's been obvious listening to the conversations throughout this week from my colleagues and from the answers from administration that we are missing some information that might help us make better decisions. And one of the things I've said earlier is that we have to remember, like a household budget, like any budget, that this budget can be reopened and move things around, and we're doing our best decision making now, but the next council can always reopen this. And when I look at something like the $850,000 that we put aside for the new gymnasium, the school gymnasium update, that's designed for 2024. This is designed for 2022, which means the new council will get the information by 2023. Then they can look at the CIP and go, oh, that $850,000 that we put to the school gymnasium update, maybe we need to talk about that, maybe we need to think about that. So I think this actually, because it's early in the term in 2022 for the next council, they'll get that information. It'll help to make the decisions. $100,000 on this study might help move money better later on, so I will absolutely be supporting this.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this. I think it's important to have a comprehensive planning and a comprehensive assessment. Without doing these types of studies from time to time, we sometimes get caught behind what the community's needs and expectations are. To have a very good study with a database study with recommendations to council is well worth the investment, so that we can effectively use that as a tool to plan for additional facilities going forward, those that are genuinely needed. And as long as we are including an assessment of our joint use model and utilization of our existing facilities, which I'm sure we are, I think this is money well spent and will help us prioritize future investments. So for those reasons, I will support this. Anyone else? I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Mayor Sperman, I've had my hand up.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Cox.
Yeah, oh, thank you. When pondering this, I actually wasn't going to originally approve it or vote in favor of it. And part of the consideration was around the fact that we can build facilities for every sport in the community, but then we have to operate facilities in every sport in the community. We heard that volleyball has actually found an off-site, privately owned and operated structure, which they're using. And I think that's wonderful. I think that's creative. I think it's a good use of inventory we have in our community. However, and Councillor Croson and I had not discussed this at all, I'm exactly of the same mindset that if we're looking at actually doing another school site, maybe there's part of your field house is expand what we're doing or what the school district is doing in terms of schools, and create the opportunity within these expanded gymnasiums to offer a wider range or a wider variety of sports. So a new school site then perhaps becomes the place where you do volleyball, or a place that is appropriately set up for basketball, or a place that's appropriately set up for floor hockey. And now we can actually drive people specifically to schools. So I'm assuming that people are paying attention, and if this is approved, and I can do the math, and it sounds like it's going to be, at least the idea of indoor court multi-purpose space could be considered actually in conjunction with new schools, which is, I think, a better and a wiser strategy in my mind for the community as we move forward. So I have certainly moved from not supporting this to being in support of it on the condition that we're thinking about these things holistically. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate all the comments, all the debate, all the questions, and the answers.
Councillor, Councillor Campbell's hand is going.
I'm not going to add much. It's just going through this, hearing the talk. I so many other ideas are popping into my head, and I'm sure that the study will do something like that. I mean, we've barely touched on other aspects in the world of indoor sports. We talked about the basic ones, but when I hear about getting a volleyball court dedicated to volleyball, and then you think of what about cheerleaders? What about other types of sports? So this is a good way to figure out what really is needed in the city. So I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, one more time. Anybody else? Before I ask Councillor Carlson.
I think everyone's talked.
Okay, Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I am going to urge my colleagues to reconsider and defeat this this motion, and perhaps contemplate a different CIP ask that actually accomplishes what we're talking about. If this was a study to identify needs and identify possibilities and solutions and how we could better coordinate things, I would be fully in support. But read the CIP sheet. This is a functional study to determine what a base level multi-sport complex would look like. The study is going to consider the style of the structure. It's basically saying we're going to do a study on a building again. Just putting that out there for council to consider. If this was truly about taking into account all the groups in our community, all the needs for indoor space in our community, and finding a way to maximize facilities we already have or already could access better through our joint use agreement, etc., I would be 100% in support of that. But if we approve this CIP, this is giving entrepreneurs to go design a building, go do a functional design of a building. And so that's my concern. And I just want members of council to be aware that what we're talking about is lovely, but it's not what is proposed. So I'll just ask you not to support this and maybe consider something to replace it that does meet what we're talking about, and then I'll call for the vote.
Okay. Question.
Mayor Spearman, motion to table.
Okay. Tabling motion has been proposed. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, we'll tabling to when?
I like November 1st.
It better be tomorrow.
I guess to tomorrow. And just if council is, or if economic SBC is okay with it, can we just put until Friday and then maybe just have a little bit of looseness, whether it's first or when it comes up?
Sure. Okay, so tabling until tomorrow. So we'll just do a roll call vote.
Thank you.
So can we ask a question?
It's just a tabling motion.
I'm just wondering why though, but never mind.
Sorry, to the wisdom of tabling, listening to the wisdom of the other Jeff. Yeah, do you know what? I've kind of been looking around that. but I still see sort of the wisdom of having the consideration or the approach of doing an overview of the community, but how we're heading down that road, maybe through the motion we can actually draft something that I think encapsulates a little bit more of what members of council have been discussing.
Okay, so we get to reflect on it and make sure the motion we pass meets our expectations.
Thank you.
Mr. Harper?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I guess reading it and listening to what Councillor Carlson said, I would agree. It's kind of confusing as to what we were looking for here. It definitely does state looking at a structure for sure. However, our intent would, as part of that, would be to look at the need, the size, the need in the community, obviously, and take into consideration all those other factors that we discussed, such as what is the available space in the community, what does the community need to go along with that. But I definitely see your point, Councillor Carlson. It is confusing the way it's written here.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
So everybody understands the motion to table until tomorrow. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Chair Carlson.
In favor?
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor. Okay, that carries 7-1. We'll move on to the next item, which is page 38. Lethbridge Police Service Master Plan. Yeah, I believe Chief Bedezade is with us. The resolution, be it resolved that the Economic Standing Policy Committee recommend that Council amend the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program to include the following Section D community project. Lethbridge Police Service Master Plan as identified on page 38 of the Community Projects Unfunded section. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think Chief is here. We'll open it up to questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions from Council on the Lethbridge Police Service Master Plan?
Maybe I'll open it up first. Chief, since you're here, and I do appreciate that you and your team gave an excellent and full presentation on this previously to this committee, and the CIP sheet is here. Can you just tell me exactly what the output will be at the end of the day? What will, usually I say council, what will the commission have in their hand when this master plan is done?
Thank you, and thanks for letting me speak. What the commission and department, and it's not just for the commission and department, it's the citizens in Lethbridge. This is a plan to provide information to council as to, and the commission, which will eventually going to be communicated to council as to what we need in the long term for Lethbridge Police from infrastructure and the things that are necessary to keep business going in the city, which I think is a part of a plan to make sure that this is communicated properly, and once it's evidence-based through proper research and identification of the needs for this department to serve this community, it can better serve the council for their decision making as to budget allocation as we move forward. So these things are not coming to this venue or council out of nowhere. So I think this is just an accountability piece that we're trying to get ahead of the curve become more professional and evidence-based in our ask as to the needs of the department, so proper decisions can be made through this study.
I believe Councillor Kaufman has a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Councillor Carlson, you were on mute when you gave your thanks there. I think we were all waiting for you. Thank you very much. No, that's okay. Thank you very much, Chief. Do you know when the last master plan was done for the police service?
From my understanding, there hasn't been one done. This is the first time that we are requesting, which is, again, just part of that managing the business and trying to provide better information both to our commission and eventually to council as to where we need to go and bring something that's obviously evidence-based and properly researched.
Okay, thank you. Recently, Minister Madhu asked the department to provide certain things. Is this part of the commitment to the minister?
No, it's not. This initiative was well before that. It's just a matter of trying to tighten our operation and decision making, and also make sure that you, as a council, eventually, as this is presented to you from the commission, have a better evidence-based document to be able to make good judgment and decisions on how we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And thank you again, Chief. I'll ask a question that Councillor Higgin usually asks. So through you, Chair, Mayor Spearman, to the Chief, perhaps. I appreciate that we have added some budget constraints as we have through this uncertain economic time. But what we're asking all of the groups, are there any BAUs, are there any unexpended funds that the Commission or yourselves have that could be used to help with the cost of this?
Well, as it's been communicated before, yes, we do have BAUs, but those BAUs right now, we are putting them towards our operation. And in fact, as we were doing our budget discussions very recently, even last commission meeting, we are estimating to be over the current budget that the most recent budget that the council gave us. So we are going to be those BAUs are going to be invested and spent for the next 2 years on operational policing. Again, my commitment to council, to my commission, and eventually to council was that we are going to maintain the level of policing that we have by first using those BAUs before we are forced into cutting programs. So for this year and next year, I'm hoping that we can continue giving the service that the community deserves using those BAUs. And then obviously next year we have to come before council for the next 4-year cycle. And those are different discussions. But for now, so the quick answer to your question is we do have BAUs, but that money is earmarked for operational needs of the department to serve the community.
Thank you, Chief. I expected the answer, but I thought I'd better ask. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for joining us today. I guess interesting that we would do the study. I think I support good planning going forward. Some of the things that are mentioned here, there are existing facilities in the city, and does the police service have to always have its own unique facilities, or would they be able to use existing facilities in the city? So I look at things like the Botterill Bottom Park firearms range. Is there an opportunity to work with the name? There's already a fairly sophisticated range in the city for firearms.
Fish and game.
Can the police service use that range rather than duplicate it, and we have to continue to invest in that training facilities, training spaces. Are there ways to partner and use existing spaces rather than develop unique spaces for the police services?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The short answer to your question is no. It can be done, but it's really going to complicate things because we need these ranges. We have many police officers who need to be properly trained on firearms and different types of weapons. And when we share facility with others, we have to be relying on their time when we can go in there, which really going to complicate things, and it's going to push us to have non-compliance from the provincial standards with our policing and the mandatory needs and the training that we need to provide the officers. So if so that's the only problem that we're going to face by sharing facility. Obviously an option, but the fact that we have 173 officers who need to be trained because several training components in case that you mentioned with firearms, etc., that we need to have to be able to use these facilities. And we also have other components of training that we are not necessarily going to be able to share because, again, because of the demand for these locations and the fact that we need to train everyone. So because of the provincial standards and the need for a lot of the mandatory stuff that we need to have a safe, proper facility that we don't need to be subject, we don't want to be subject to, you know, it's not your turn now, you have to come back next week, or I don't believe that's really a doable option, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Sorry if my hand was up.
Can I mention one thing, response to, again, as the study is done and provided that we get some of these facilities, there's always option and when we actually have the facilities, we can actually rent those when we want, when we don't have use for them, to other police departments in the area and region too. So there's that component as well, that, but again, we have full control on that to make sure our needs are met first, and then if we can share it with other police departments in the region, that can be also done and with some cost recovery.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions from members of council? Okay, I see none. We'll move on to debate.
Yeah, Mayor Spearman.
Yeah, hello?
Sorry, Mayor Spearman, Councillor Hoffman.
Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Thanks, Chief. Again, just back to the range, and I think I asked this question when you and the inspector came to SPC. Have you had a conversation with Lethbridge Fish and Game? Because I know the facility, basically it's an electronic gate. You'd have 24-hour access to it, and I believe there are facilities down there currently, specialized facilities down there currently for RCMP Customs and Sheriff training. I think, in fact, the 10th and 11th Customs was doing a training session down there. So, again, I'm just wondering, has there been conversation with Fish and Game about what options or possibilities are available?
I personally haven't had those discussions, to be honest, because I've had so many other things on my plate last few weeks.
What have you been doing, Chief? Yeah.
But again, that's certainly again an option. But again, when you're looking at sharing facility, that doesn't really belong to you. If the facility belongs to us, is a simple question. We share. We make sure we get our needs for our department, and then share the rest of the time that is free. So the same equation is with them. It's their facility. They have to share with others, and they're going to dictate when LPS can be there. And it's really going to complicate things from planning perspective on training that we need to deliver to our members to be compliant. So again, I haven't had the discussion. The answer to that is no. But anytime we've gone to venture in those discussions and sharing, those are the issues that we are facing. Is a time that we are allowed in those facilities, and can we actually deliver the training we need to our members?
Okay, thank you. Which inspector is in charge of, would be in charge of that then? The reason I'm asking is I would maybe I'll reach out to the leadership at the Fish and Game and just have them reach out to the inspector and to at least have that conversation so that when an ask comes, that question has been answered and that option has been exercised.
Sure. You can actually right now have either Inspector Russell Lawrence or Doberstein, either one of those inspectors that can be contacted and have those discussions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from council? Okay, we'll move on to the resolution. Councillor Carlson, like to open?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll wait for close.
Okay. Okay, I will support the resolution. I think it's important to have a detailed plan. As we've heard from the chief, there isn't one, potentially hasn't been one for some time, and we may get some of the questions answered through this. I think it's important to involve the police services, and I think maybe also members of council to ask questions. I think our question from a council perspective is paying for multiple services by taxpayers. So we want to make sure that those concerns are addressed. But I will support the funding for this study. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and welcome back to council. Chief, thank you for coming in and answering the questions that the committee has. I appreciate the due diligence that's gone into creating this plan, or looking at the option to create this plan, because, you know, it's long needed, as been mentioned prior. I don't know if there was one, as Mayor Spearman had indicated, and if it was long before my time, and I don't recall. So a master plan, it's excellent. It's going to help with the service and also finding efficiencies and be able to give better reporting. I think this is fantastic. I thank you for bringing this forward, and I will wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Any further members of council? Okay, I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I would urge my colleagues to support this. Hearing that this will be the first master plan is a bit surprising, so I'm glad the work is being contemplated. I also really appreciate the chief, all the time him and his team have taken with us, as well as the work of the commission to bring this forward, as well as also like to congratulate the openness on some of council's suggestion of at least approaching other partners, other facilities in our community to gauge the level of interest and appropriateness for those types of things. And I hope it won't just be in regards to the shooting facility or the training range, but in any facility. If something is needed and we can partner with a group in different areas of our community, I think that'd be awesome. So I'll call the vote, but ask for everyone's support.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That is unanimous, 8-0. Okay, members of council, it's 24 minutes after 4. I don't know if you want to continue with one more item or defer the other 6 until tomorrow plus the tabled item.
Mayor Spearman, unless someone from the library is here that's been waiting, we could forge ahead unless my colleagues would rather stop now.
Okay, is library online?
If they're not online, then we must all not wait for them.
Is Ms. Platy?
Mayor.
Yep. Ms. Plato, are you?
Sorry, Mayor. Oh, sorry.
We're just checking to see if Ms. Plato is online.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, so I think we could invite Ms. Plato back at 9:30 tomorrow.
Yeah.
And continue with the other items. Council agree to adjourn at this time?
Mayor Spearman, before we do,
Okay.
I have submitted to the clerk a motion regarding the master plans. So we may actually want to deal with that first thing. And it's basically about establishing a fund and a process around master plans that gets them out of the CIP and puts them into some source of regular funding, where city manager has the authority basically to be coordinating and facilitating master plan development within the organization. So that might be a good place to start before we start talking about master plans. I at least will throw that out as a suggestion to my colleagues.
Yep, I would be amenable to that. If the rest of our colleagues are, we can put your proposed resolution on the screen tomorrow at 9:30 to begin the day, as you've suggested, if council agrees. Yeah, sounds good.
May I ask a favor? Because I was working on something similar. If that's been submitted, can it be shared with all of council?
Yeah, Councillor Kaufman agrees, so we'll share it with all members of council.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, will the clerk be sharing it, or is that for me?
I will share it with council in the memo, unless you want to share it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. No, this way we know it gets done. So thank you.
More homework for you, Jeffrey.
Okay, the city clerk has just informed me that Ms. Plato is online.
No, it's too late now.
So we could deal with the next item.
No.
I like the idea, as Councillor Kaufman just brought forward, Mayor Spearman, that we wait till 9:30 tomorrow morning and hear that prior to talking with Ms. Plato.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that too.
Is
I'm
that
okay either.
Is that the will of council? So, Ms. Plato, we would deal with the Lethbridge Public Library Master Plan shortly after 9:30 tomorrow morning.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Shortly. You heard Jeffrey's resolutions.
Okay, so at this time, we will adjourn for the day, resuming at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.